We shall now have a moment of silence, meditation, and prayers. Thank you. We may be seated. Let me take this opportunity to welcome all of you honorable members. Let me acknowledge the following special guest among us. We have among us Morena Moholo, Morena Mopedi, we have the chairperson of the House of Traditional Leaders and Khoisan Leaders, Morena Mopedi, the deputy chairperson of the House of Traditional and Khoisan Leaders, Jose Gabuilelu Moroka, Morena Napo Mopedi, Morena Polos Moloi, Morena Resilisito Mopedi, Morena Pule Skonyela, Morena Litie Molifi, Morena Lefa Mopedi. We have our former Premier Mayor Sisintombela. We have the Executive Mayor of the district. We have the Executive Mayor of the local municipality, and all other dignitaries that are here. You are welcome. We will now proceed to motions on money bills. The Secretary shall read motion 1.
That the second reading debate on the appropriation bill, B3 of 2026, be continued. Vote 11, Agriculture, Rural Development and Environmental Affairs.
The vote before the House is vote 11, Agriculture, Rural Development and Environmental Affairs. Honorable MEC Rockman may now address the House.
Honourable Speaker, Honourable Premier, members of the Executive, members of the Legislature, our local government leadership, traditional leaders, our DG heads of departments and our support staff, our farmers and stakeholders in the agriculture and environmental sectors, distinguished guests, and our viewers on social media. We appreciate the opportunity to table the budget vote of the department today and recognize the historical significance of April in the history of the liberation of our country. The mandate of our department in respect of agriculture, rural development and in environmental affairs find expression as key economic development enablers in the revised Free State Growth and Development Strategy. Agriculture in South Africa is more than just an economic activity. It is a lifeline. It feeds our nation, supports millions of jobs, and sustains rural communities. It is intrinsically woven into the social, economic, and moral fabric of our rural communities and economies. Environmental affairs is the golden thread that runs through urban and rural societies. We must achieve a balance to uphold our constitutional obligations to protect our natural resources with the need for sustainable economic growth, focusing on climate resilience, biodiversity conservation, and a green economy. The late Thomas Sankara once said, "He who feeds you controls you." We must depend on our own agriculture for our sustenance and sovereignty. A nation that can feed itself from a broad, inclusive commercial agricultural base is a nation that can determine its own future. Strengthening Free State agriculture and opening that agriculture to black farmers who have been waiting generations for their turn is how we strengthen South African sovereignty. Land reform remains a moral imperative and an economic necessity. It is about correcting historical injustice while expanding participation in the agricultural economy. The mandate is held by the National Department of Land Reform and Rural Development. Progress has been made, but substantial work remains. Since the restitution process began, 2,675 land claims have been settled in the Free State. Efforts to transfer land ownership have accelerated. In February this year, Honourable Minister Nyonso issued 58 title deeds to beneficiaries, and it took place here in Bethlehem, including to 48 farmers who had leased state farms for more than 10 years and 10 farm dwellers who also received secure tenure. The Department of Land Reform and Rural Development also facilitated an engagement with 29 communal property associations of the Free State, reflecting on governance structures, membership, regulatory compliance, and the state of development and operations of land under the control of CPAs. Our department will provide non-financial support to the initiatives of DALRAD as it begins to comprehensively address challenges in the CPA environment. Resolving these challenges is a prerequisite for the provincial and national departments of agriculture to consider financial support to CPAs. We are also working with our Provincial Department of Public Works and Infrastructure to verify the suitability of provincial-owned land parcels for agricultural purposes. That work is nearing finalization, but early indications are that very few provincially owned land parcels are actually suitable for agricultural purposes, and most of those land parcels will be found in Thaba-Mfutsanyani district. On the agricultural sector performance and outlook, agriculture in the Free State matters to the entire nation. In 2020-25, our agriculture did something remarkable. While manufacturing contracted and construction continued to decline, agriculture grew by 17.4% and added 134.8 billion to the national GDP. The sector added 30,000 jobs in the fourth quarter alone, bringing total employment to approximately 950,000. That makes agriculture one of the strongest job creators in our economy. Our Free State was at the center of that performance. We grew 41% of the nation's maize, 47.6% of its sunflower, 49.1% of its soybeans, 45.1% of its groundnuts, and for the first time became the leading producer of commercial sorghum at 31.4%. 18% of our national cattle herd grazes our veld. 20% of the nation's sheep flock produces 8.2 million kilograms of wool. When the Free State performs, food prices stabilizes, supply chains strengthen, and households across South Africa benefit. Our agricultural exports reached record levels in the quarter four of last year, despite a 36% decline in export to the United States on the back of new tariffs. Honourable Minister Steenhuisen has rightly noted that our diversification strategy is working. Growth of 31% to BRICS Plus countries, 21% to the United Kingdom, 9% to the EU, and 8% to SADC. Cumulative tractor sales were up 7,174 units in January 26, a 19% year-on-year increase. That tells us our commercial farmers are still investing in the future of our sector. Also, the 25-6 summer grains and oilseed season is projected to be very strong. But global geopolitical tensions such as the war in Ukraine and Iran, shifting tariff regimes, supply chain disruptions in fertilizer, fuel and shipping have raised input costs for our farmers. Rising costs of fertilizer, fuel, animal feed, seed and agri-chemicals have forced producers to scale back, delay investment, to take on debt to maintain operations. These challenges are also an opportunity. It's an opportunity to adopt to precision farming, artificial intelligence and mechanization that can transform efficiencies. An opportunity to advance climate-smart and regenerative practices that advance sustainability and unlock green financing. It's an opportunity to diversify into high-value crops, plant-based proteins and agro-processing industries. It's an opportunity to build the policy support, targeted subsidies and risk management tools that stabilize our sector and empower our farmers. An opportunity to expand our sustainable use of natural resources and the green economy. Every constraint is an opportunity to an innovator or a DFI to contribute meaningfully to our broader sector. Our Honourable Premier reflected in the State of the Province address on the outbreak of foot and mouth disease and our support of the expanded National FMD control strategy. Following the declaration and classification of FMD as a national disaster, our Free State Executive Council subsequently approved the business plan for FMD containment measures, and our business plan has been submitted for processing and consideration to the National Disaster Management Centre through our Provincial Department of Kokta. Our Provincial Joint Operations Centre started operating in September last year. We did not wait for a national declaration of the disaster. This has undoubtedly strengthened cooperation and coordination between our stakeholders. The scale of our FMD battle is contextualized by the prediction that we will have to vaccinate approximately 3 million cattle. That is around 18% of the national herd. And the current state of our responsiveness to foot and mouth is reflected in the following. As at 17 April, there were 443 confirmed cases and 346 suspect cases. A total of 294 new cases were identified from January up to 17 April. The Fezile, Derby and Thaba-Mfusinyane districts remain the epicenter of our disease outbreak. The increase in reported cases is largely attributable to improved awareness and reporting by farmers following the rollout of the mass vaccination campaign, and most cases present as historical infections. The disease has affected both cattle and pigs, with approximately 188,634 animals impacted. But despite the scale of the outbreak, morbidity rate has remained relatively low at 6%, with mortality negligible at 0.0012%. Now, during the reporting period, which is July last year to April this year, 353,447 animals were vaccinated with either the BVI, ARC, Biogenesis, and Aftodol vaccines, bringing the cumulative total to 472,578. We can confirm that we have vaccinated all recorded dairies in the Free State. Record keeping is critical for us so that we make progress towards obtaining eventual FMD-free status. There is always a variance between vaccines allocated to provinces and vaccines actually vaccinated. As the Free State, we are vaccinating between 40 and 45,000 animals per week. And there is a lag at times to submit the documentation that supports those numbers. In addition, we have inspected 2,786 farms and 80,594 samples were collected. Our progress is made possible by a small team of veterinarians and animal health technicians assisted by veterinarians from the private sector. And we have to appreciate the extraordinary dedication and commitment of these officials and individuals who carry our frontline burden of the fight against FMD. We have implemented a range of control measures, including quarantine enforcement, control movement within designated 10-kilometer zones, targeted vaccination campaigns, intensified surveillance and monitoring, as well as biosecurity initiatives. Our vaccination priorities focused on dairy farms, on hotspot areas, on farms around buffalo farms and pig farms, our interprovincial and Lesotho border pig farms themselves. And we don't differentiate between whether you're a commercial farmer or a communal farmer. If you are in those areas, we vaccinate. We vaccinate anything that looks like it's a cloven-hoofed animal. Unfortunately, there are those who continue to move animals unlawfully, even with forged documentation, who refuse vaccinators access to herds, who fail to adhere to biosecurity measures at auctions, and others who treat this national disaster as another business opportunity. Let me be clear, our control measures are not negotiable. We have taken action and we will continue to do so in the interest of the broader agricultural sector and our nation. We have implemented an extensive information and awareness campaign utilizing print media, radio stations, commercial and community pamphlets, etc. One of our new initiatives is the establishment of mobile quarantine handling facilities at 4 key points along our 485-kilometer Lesotho border. These facilities will fall under the control of our state veterinary services. The identified points include Manonsa, Peka Bridge, Maseru and Magaleng. We are collaborating with multiple stakeholders, including the University of the Free State and Malachi Foundation, the SANDF, SAPS, NPA, the BMA, SARS, AFASA, Free State Landbou, Community Safety, Roads and Transport, as well as our 6 border municipalities on this project. And we plan to further expand these facilities, prioritizing districts at the epicenter of the outbreak. We received 26 million for our FMD response in 25/6. 15 million was from disaster response, while 11 million came from our CASP reprioritization. Of this, 3.63 was spent, with total outstanding commitments amounting to 22.27 million. And those outstanding commitments mainly relate to the BVI vaccine that is still on back order from December, as well as the delivery of essential requirements such as ear tags, because demand is currently exceeding supply. But ear tags were, however, delivered on 15 April. We are confident that our comprehensive and innovative approach has laid a solid foundation for our FMD response, but we are not complacent. Although we attempt to support safe economic activity within the livestock sector, it is significantly constrained by biosecurity requirements. We fully understand that our statistics do not reflect the enormity of the economical and psychological impact that FMD has had on our farmers and on the broader sector. Our only way forward is to continue to work together, ensure compliance with biosecurity measures and regulations, and accelerate our vaccination campaign. In doing so, we will fast-track the return to positive trade conditions. Now, our 26-27 annual performance plan remains aligned to the priorities and outcome interventions of the MTDP for 2024 to 2029, and we affirm our responsibilities and contributions in respect of Priority 1, which is driving inclusive growth and job creation, Priority 2, reducing poverty and tackling the high cost of living, and Priority 3, building a capable, ethical and developmental state. We furthermore acknowledge that the rights of women, youth and persons with disabilities must be mainstreamed across all 3 priorities. The MTDP also reflects our international commitments under the Sustainable Development Goals, the AU's Agenda 2063 and the SADC Regional Indicative Strategic Development Plan for 2020 to 2030. Our department is required to deliver on 6 of the 17 global goals relating to no poverty, zero hunger, gender equality, decent work and economic growth, reduced inequalities and life on land. Honourable Speaker, we are not a small rural department requesting a rural budget. What we delivered and what comes next. Allow me to briefly reflect on the departmental performance for 25-26 and our commitments for the next financial year. On farmer support and development under driving inclusive growth, in 25-6 we developed and implemented a comprehensive provincial farmer register, and at this stage 8,094 farmers are now registered. CASP supported 63 projects and Ilima Letsema supported 19 projects, with combined funding supporting 25 women-led and 24 youth-led projects across grains, fodder, horticulture, sunflowers, soybeans, red meat and agro-processing. 46 individual farmers in grain, oilseed and horticulture received comprehensive producer support, and a further 2,218 farmers received extension advisory services. We also invested in disaster management capacity, specifically veld fires of farmers, and fire protection associations and provincial reserves, together with farmers, received some firefighting equipment as well as firefighting training. The Parys Poultry Project, which is part of our intervention program, is a story worth telling. Its third chicken house was completed in the last financial year. The project is now fully operational with 40,000 broiler chickens. But not every project has moved as fast as we wanted. The Melkkraal and Kutlanong Farmers Trust projects in Lejweleputswa could not proceed in 25/6 due to unresolved tenure security matters and beneficiary disputes. We appreciate the Honourable Minister Nyonso's personal intervention in the Kutlanong matter in January this year and his engagement with Melkkraal in February 2026. Resolving these matters is a provincial and national precondition for funding support. Our other highlights under Farmer Support and Development and CASP includes that 202 job opportunities were created through our land care programs. Conservation agriculture was successfully implemented at the Siutlong and Unicorn Agricultural Schools. The livestock improvement program with the House of Traditional Leadership continued, but due to the outbreak of FMD, expenditure was redirected to livestock-related activities, including investment in infrastructure and equipment, and our other livestock projects were similarly affected. Through a strategic partnership with the University of the Free State and the National Wool Growers Association, communal farmers, including youth and women, have been trained across the wool value chain, including animal production, shearing, wool classification, and contamination control. We have expanded the program's footprint between July last year and February this year to reach a total of 759 additional participants in areas such as Kwakwa, specifically Tseseng and Thabo Bosiu, and Wesselsbron in Lejweleputswa. The program will be unfolding in other areas of Thabo Mfutsanyani and the Garib districts. Our work in strengthening Glen College of Agriculture is continuing and is supported by a focused program guided by the Council of Higher Education. It focuses on curriculum review and transformation, as well as policy review and development. Our partnership with the Da Vinci Institute also supports our work and focuses on inter alia governance, compliance and quality management, as well as the digital student life cycle system. In addition, we have started a program to systematically resuscitate farming activities on Glen Farm. We have also appointed, and for the first time approved by the Executive Council, a new board, an interim board that governs Glen College, and that board is chaired by Ntadiwa Zamagwidi. The department has provided skills development and training opportunities for 1,577 farmers, and 20 projects were provided with mentorship. Our agricultural marketing services supported 3 projects in 25/6 with sheep shearing equipment, vehicles, infrastructure, and feed processing equipment. 18 agribusinesses were also assisted with marketing services. 3 projects were assisted with obtaining SA GAP certificates, and those are essential for fresh produce compliance system. In addition, 40 wool farmers from Mangaung participated in a wool sharing workshop, and a grain marketing outlook workshop was also facilitated in Heilbron. The Free State Provincial Rural Development Indaba was facilitated as a precursor to the National Indaba that will take place during May now in the Free State. The Indaba reflected on a broad range of issues, including enhancing agricultural productivity and food security, creating non-farm employment, ensuring equitable land distribution, providing essential infrastructure and basic services, fostering sustainable community development, as well as infrastructure and maintenance, bridges, access roads, dwelling, living conditions on farms and land tenure security. It consolidates our input to the National Indaba. On environmental affairs, the National Waste Choro took place in March 26 in Bloemfontein under the theme Waste Infrastructure Investment towards Equitable, Sustainable Waste Services and the Circular Economy. The Tswelopele local municipality received the award for the cleanest municipality in the Free State, and Masilonyana received an award for the most improved landfill operation and management. And various other programs under environmental affairs such as youth empowerment, our landfill site audits and air quality management were implemented. We launched the Million Tree campaign and have planted trees in, amongst others, Virginia, Ventersburg, Bloemfontein, Philippolis, Petersburg, Tromsburg, Botshabelo and Tabanshu. Yesterday we marked Earth Day with trees planted in Markwart and Bethlehem. The municipalities of Dihlabeng and Setsoto have actively participated in this campaign, and we have also received support from various private sector partners. Our commitments for 26/7 includes support of subsistence and emerging farmers, including commercialization of black farmers. And this will be achieved through CASP funding in support of producers in grain, horticulture and livestock sector, communal livestock census program, veterinary services, including the FMD strategy, and broader animal health services, the expansion of mobile quarantine handling facilities, and consideration of traceability systems, livestock improvement program with traditional leaders, and our support to communities. We will continue to strengthen our verification, monitoring and evaluation and accountability processes in respect of projects we support financially. All projects recommended for funding are now verified by the National Department, including physical site visits prior to approval. Deviations from funding conditions require both provincial and national approval. And we acknowledge that the increased compliance focus has been challenging to some beneficiaries, but it is undoubtedly in the interest of protecting government's investment in our emerging agriculture sector. One of our priorities this financial year must be the resolution of the disjuncture in the period of lease agreements offered to farmers by our municipalities and the lease agreement requirements of CASP funding. Some of our recommended projects are repeatedly rejected by the National Department, not on merit, but purely based on the fact that their lease agreement are for a shorter period than that required by CASP. On training and capacity development of farmers, including the SHEP program targeting 10,000 small-scale producers, extension services, Glen College of Agriculture, research and development are the matters that we will be undertaking. That is why Glen College matters. It's why the Agri-CETA partnership program matters. It's why our 120 graduates and the 1,800 skills development participants are not just a line item, but the very foundation of transformation. On land care, our focus will be on agricultural land rehabilitation, the promotion of conservation agricultural practices, climate-resilient agricultural production and green jobs. We will rehabilitate 7,500 hectares and employ 700 people under green jobs. And we will contribute to the reduction of soil erosion and improve soil health by ensuring that 202 hectares of cultivated land is under conservation agriculture practices. We are still dealing with the environmental consequences and its impact on agriculture of the Jagersfontein mine tailings dam disaster of 2022. A pilot rehabilitation project will be launched in Jagersfontein, covering approximately a hectare, where soil samples have already been collected for chemical analysis. The primary challenge identified is high sodium levels, between 50 to 80% above normal levels within the soil profile. This has significantly reduced grazing capacity across communal land and 2 commercial farms in Jagersfontein. Current efforts of the mine focus on surface scraping, but this approach has proven ineffective as the problem lies much deeper in the soil. The pilot will therefore apply gypsum to ameliorate sodicity, with ongoing monitoring to inform scaling up the intervention to affected areas. On the promotion of market access, 18 agribusinesses will be supported and 10,000 export certificates will be facilitated. We invite producers interested in accessing the Agribusiness Fund to work with us, as we intend to support 10 of those businesses with Black Economic Empowerment Advisory Services. On promoting inclusive rural economy and rural safety, our focus will increasingly prioritize the socio-economic, labour-related and gender-based violence challenges faced by farm workers and farm dwellers. We will also support key initiatives of our Department of Community Safety, Roads and Transport relating to the implementation of the Rural Safety Strategy and cross-border fora. Supporting environmental sustainability and climate change strategy and actions, we confirm the commitments made in SOPA in respect of the Million Tree Programme, where we collaborate with DFFE, municipalities and the private sector. Our partnership programme with the university in respect of the Giraffe Research Project, climate change, waste management, air quality, environmental empowerment and conservation, including EIAs, as well as our flagship schools environmental program. We will also collaborate with DWS in respect of the protection of our water resources and with the Department of Economic Development and Tourism in the management and operation of our reserves. Our environmental support, oversight and monitoring mandate will find expression through the environmental audit of 34 waste landfill sites and conducting 280 environment compliance inspections in municipalities. We will also support 5 municipalities with biodiversity economy initiatives and 3 municipalities with climate change response. Thank you. I've never been able to figure out how to drink water in the middle of the speech. On reducing poverty and tackling the high cost of living, our performance highlights include a total of 3,140 verified beneficiaries were supported with agricultural input as part of PACE. Our food security initiative also resulted in 9 schools, including all of our agricultural schools, 3 schools in Van Stadensrus and 1 school here in Bethlehem, to receive support to implement food nutrition programs. And our partnership agreements with the Red Cross, Meals on Wheels and Sardrive supported food security projects in Tabanshu, Garib, Mangoong and Fezeli Dabi, and we also established food gardens at various schools. Our commitment for 26/7 include the following: the implementation of the Provincial Food and Nutrition Strategy, investing in food insecure rural areas through the partnerships mentioned, but also through new programs with the Barolong Buseleka, the Kinaku program in Tabanshu, as well as other traditional leadership areas. And we are planning ward-based food security projects. 2,500 household producers will be supported, and we will further expand the establishment of vegetable gardens at schools. On building a capable, ethical and developmental state, we must highlight some of the performance achievements around youth, women and people with disabilities. In 25-26, we increased financial support to youth farmers from less than 5% to 31% of our CASP Ilima conditional grant envelope. That single shift is quietly one of the most consequential transformation acts of the past year. Our unemployed agricultural graduate program provides 2-year work experience to 109 graduates. The Da Vinci Institute successfully delivered the structured incubated entrepreneurial program for food producers and food manufacturers as announced last year. Our Women Entrepreneur Awards was facilitated in Fezeli Dabi and recognized the achievements of women in 13 categories, and Mepuseletso Dipadi of Samjoy Legacy in Senekal was the 2025 overall winner. The Youth in Agriculture, Fishery and Forestry Awards took place here in Kwakwa, recognizing 13 young farmers, and Mr. Tumele Pedi of Wepener was the overall winner, and VKB's contribution by providing laptops to our category winners is appreciated. I must also mention that our House of Traditional Leaders gave a stern warning last year here in Kwakwa to the youth of Dabamuftsinyani to improve their performance because they were not well represented in the award winners. Over 700 learners participated in junior land care, and 140 schools participated in the 2025 EnviroQuiz competition, and the overall winner of that competition out of the 140 schools was the Jacobsdal Combined School in Letsameng. Our internal department capacity was strengthened with appointments under Extension Recovery, CASP, Veterinary Services and Glen College, and a total of 16 officials in agriculture opted to take voluntary early retirement packages, of whom 69% is in administration and 31% in line functions. that is specifically Sustainable Resource Management 2 and Extension Advisory Services 3. Our commitments for 26/7 include the continued strengthening of internal capacity, further strengthening partnerships with all our stakeholders, review and implement rural development sector plans, our investment in skills development, and the Agri-Sector program needs to be mentioned specifically, and improving accountability and control systems, including the payment of invoices within 30 days. And I am happy to report that in 25/6, we paid 797 out of 802 invoices within 30 days. That translates to a 99% payment of valid invoices in 30 days. Our budget vote, Honourable Speaker, now incorporates environmental affairs, and it becomes Programme 9 of the vote. The Department will receive an amount of 1.089 billion in 26/7, 1.1 billion in 7/8, and 1.170 billion in 28/29. We set out the 9 programs and the program allocations. We should take note that infrastructure enhancement amounts to 54.2 million. Specific earmarked equitable share amounts to 19 million. Conditional grants amounts to 286.377 million, noting that CASP and Ilima Letsema grants have been merged. And then there is an additional allocation of 10.071 million for land care. The 3.115 million EPWP allocation, initially allocated to economic development and tourism in the Division of Revenue Bill, is correctly reflected in the Provincial Appropriation Bill. The anomaly will be rectified during the budget adjustment processes, but there will not be a delay in implementation. Honourable Speaker, the Free State and North West have secured a significant investment of $5.4 million through the GEF 8 cycle of the Global Environment Facility. The project is entitled Restoration and Sustainable Development of Land for Improved Livelihoods in the Degraded Landscapes of the Free State and North West, and focuses on addressing degradation challenges across landscapes in the Letsemeng local municipality in the Free State and the Greater Taung local municipality in North West. The project will unfold over a 60-month or a 5-year period. It involves the Global Environment Facility and the International Union for Conservation of Nature, which is the implementing agent, the DFFE and DOA, and our 2 provincial departments. Institutional governance and coordinating protocols and community needs assessment planning are now being finalized in the build-up to an inception workshop, and further protocol agreements will be concluded with other relevant stakeholders. Earlier this week, the first project implementing planning meeting took place, and the initiative is now being accelerated for implementation. We commit to continuously sharing further details with our portfolio committee. The commercialization of black farmers is one of our most important priorities for inclusive growth in agriculture. We have concluded a MOU with the Land Bank to advance our black commercialization program. We have also noted with great appreciation that AFASA has structured a similar program with the Land Bank, and the first AFASA members who are black farmers have received funding and funding approval. And amongst them are young farmers, which we think is a great achievement. The Industrial Development Corporation approved approximately 140 million within its agro-processing and agriculture business unit in 25/6. 2 Free State projects were approved: Dipati Farms, which is a piggery in Tabenfitzinyani, and Timeless Tomatoes, a horticulture project in Garib. The IDC's Free State pipeline for 26/7 is promising and could unlock an estimated further 200 million investment in agriculture projects focusing on horticulture, poultry, animal feeds, nuts, composting and livestock. These projects are in various project preparation stages, from basic assessment to due diligence. But this is real money, real projects and real commercial farmers. And we are now collaborating proactively with intent and purpose with the IDC. The University of the Free State, through the Centre for Sustainable Agriculture, Rural Development and Extension, remains our committed partner. Under the TAG Dev 2 program, we have built a strong working relationship anchored in practical community-facing interventions. It extends beyond the Wool Growers Association program, but includes training women in rural communities in grain processing and launching small agribusinesses, whilst out-of-school youth, students and women are enrolling in agri-entrepreneurship, new venture creation programs and business pitching that provide structured incubation and ongoing business support. Our Department of Economic Development and Tourism is also a partner in this program. Our full potential of agriculture is not going to be unlocked solely with government funding. We need these kinds of partnerships with the academic sector, private sector, and any other contributor to our economy to really grow our agricultural and environmental sector. We will formalize the provincial chapter of the AAMP this financial year and expand on social compact agreements in the rural development and environmental sector. Honourable Speaker, I've had extensive engagement with farmers throughout the Free State with the intention to reconnect the department with our farming communities. Our farmers have approached these engagements honestly, frankly and constructively, highlighting not only challenges but also bringing creative and innovative proposals to the table. I have been particularly impressed with the positivity and optimism of the youth, who firmly believe in the potential of agriculture to unlock sustainable livelihoods, growth and prosperity. And I look forward to extending these kinds of engagements in our environmental sector. Today I must pay tribute and thank all of our farmers, producers, and environmentalists of the Free State for their commitment and dedication to the beautiful art and science that is agriculture, rural development, and environmental affairs. The challenge we face are significant, but not insurmountable. In conclusion, Speaker, allow me to express my sincere appreciation to the HOD, Mr. Mabilu, the executive management, the officials, my support staff and protectors. Our task now is to ensure effective implementation and to serve with diligence and loyalty. To the Chairperson and Portfolio Committee, we appreciate your collegiality in the way we work and your commitments to ensuring that we account appropriately for the responsibilities assigned to us. My appreciation also goes to my organization, the African National Congress, as well as the Premier and my colleagues in the Executive Council for their continued leadership and support. Honourable Speaker, I table the 26-7 budget vote of the Department together with a budget vote speech. Thank you.
We now proceed to the debates on the MEC's presentation of the budget vote of the Department of Agriculture, Rural Development and Environmental Affairs. I shall now call upon the Honourable MEC Ndade Matlati to commence the debates for 15 minutes.
Honourable Speaker, Honourable Nkolisi Tukwana, Deputy Speaker, Honourable Nolita Ndungane, Chair of Chairs, Honourable Thabo Meko, Chief Whip of the Legislature, Honourable Opa Khwabane, Premier of the Free State, Honourable Makwin Litsuwa Matai, members of the Executive Council, members of the Free State Legislature, Executive Mayor, the host, and Executive Mayors present. Morena Moholo Mopedi, Kya Hlompha Morenaka. House of Traditional Leaders, Modula Stulo le Motlatsa Modula Stulo, Kya le hlompha bembaka. Ke hlompha marena ohle a teng. Heads of department and senior government officials, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, batho ba dihlabeng dumelang. Today we gather to reflect on three deeply interconnected pillars of our society, which is agriculture, rural development, and environmental affairs. These are not separate entities. They are interwoven into the same fabric of our shared collective future. When one thrives, the others benefit. When one is neglected, the entire system feels the strain. Agriculture remains the backbone of food security and economic stability, particularly in the Free State. It is more than the cultivation of crops and livestock. It is a source of livelihood for millions and driver of innovation and resilience. Yet, our agriculture system faces mounting challenges. Climate change, one of them, soil degradation, water scarcity, and fluctuating markets. To address this, the department has demonstrated its commitment to invest in sustainable farming practices and methods that increase productivity while preserving the natural resources upon which agriculture depends. Rural development is equally vital. Too often, rural communities are left behind in the march towards progress. Limited access to infrastructure, education, healthcare, and economic opportunities continue to widen the gap between urban and rural communities. True development means inclusivity. It means empowering rural communities with tools, knowledge, opportunities they need to thrive, but supporting small-scale farmers, improving rural infrastructure, and fostering local enterprise. We will be unlocking the immense potential that lies within these communities. Environmental affairs, meanwhile, remind us of our responsibility as stewards of the planet. The health of our environment underpins both agriculture and human well-being. Protecting the environment is not only an option, it is a necessity. Of course, we have observed Tolopele local municipality and Masilonyana local municipality when they demonstrated this. The path forward requires collaboration. Government, private sectors, community, and individual must work together to implement policies and practices as encapsulated in the ANC manifesto that both sustainable and equitable. Let us envision a future where agriculture feeds the population without harming the planet and Mother Nature, where rural communities are vibrant centers of opportunity, and where environmental sustainability guides every decision we make. Agriculture is not just about feeding the nations. It's about sustaining livelihood, driving economic growth, and shaping the future of our communities. Yet, despite its importance, two of the most powerful forces for transformation, our youth and our women, remain underrepresented and underserved within the sector. Young people are innovators, the risk takers, and the future leaders of our tomorrow. However, many view agriculture as outdated, labor-intensive, and unrewarding. I therefore applaud MEC Elsabi Rockman for changing this perception. Thank you very much, MEC. By including and empowering youth in agriculture, the achievement of being an overall winner of Youth in Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry Awards to Mr. Tumelo Pedi indicates the commitment by the department to create a second layer of future farmers. We call upon our young people from all corners of the Free State to come nearer to agriculture and build a future. Agriculture today is evolving rapidly, driven by technology, data, and innovation. From precision farming to agribusiness, entrepreneurship, the opportunities are vast. Honorable Speaker, women play a critical role in agriculture. In many regions, they make up a significant portion of agricultural workforce, planting, harvesting, processing, and marketing food. Yet they often lack access to land, access to credit, access to training, and decision-making power. This inequality is not just unjust, it is inefficient. When women are given the same resources as men, farm productivity increases, household income rises, and the communities become more resilient. Mepuseletso Dipadi and 25 other women who are supported by the department would easily agree with this assertion. Investing in women means removing barriers. It means ensuring equal access to land, ownership, financial services, education, and markets. It means recognizing and valuing their contributions and creating policies that support their leadership in agricultural value chains. When we invest in both youth and women, the impact is transformative. We unlock innovation, strengthen food security, create inclusive economic growth. We build rural communities that are vibrant, resilient, and full of opportunity. Investment is not only financial, but it's also mentorship, policy support, and creating an enabling environment. The ANC government prioritizes inclusive agricultural policies. The private sector must open doors to young entrepreneurs and women-led enterprises, and communities must challenge outdated norms that limit participation. The future of agriculture depends on who we empower today. Let us commit to nurturing the talents of our youth and unlocking potential of our women. In so doing, we are not just investing in agriculture, we are investing in a more equitable, sustainable, and prosperous society. Land is one of the most fundamental resources we possess. It is the foundation upon which agriculture is built, and without access to it, the promise of farming, food production, and rural prosperity cannot be realized. Providing land for agricultural use is not merely a policy decision. It is an investment in people, in productivity, and in the future. We need to reverse the frontiers of land poverty for our people, and as it was enforced through enacting the Land Act of 1930. The democratic government is securing land tenure for the previously disadvantaged, and it is the program that we will intensify. Access to land strengthens food security. When individuals and communities have land to cultivate, they are better able to produce their own food, reduce their dependence on external supply chains, and ensure a stable and reliable food system. In a world where hunger, food shortages remains pressing challenges, empowering people with land is a direct and practical solution. We are certain that the 7th administration will dispose land under its custody to the people, especially for the purpose of agricultural activities. Providing land creates economic opportunities. Agriculture generates employment and across the value chain. Smallholder farmers, when supported with land, can become active participants in the economy, contributing to local and national development. Furthermore, land access promotes rural development. It encourages people to remain in rural areas by making agriculture viable and rewarding. Honorable Speaker, with the right infrastructure and support, rural communities can become thriving centers of productivity and innovation. Honorable Speaker, Comprehensive Agricultural Support Program, CASP, initiatives have the power to uplift farmers, strengthen food systems, and drive inclusive growth. The challenges that have been early mentioned confronting farmers cannot be solved in isolation. What is required is a comprehensive, coordinated approach, one that supports farmers at every stage of the agricultural value chain. Comprehensive agricultural support programs are designed to do exactly that. They go beyond single interventions and provide a full package of support. The 63 projects supported by CASP, supported through CASP, is the testimony to the intervention. Honorable Rockman have already alluded on what CASP will be supporting. Therefore, this program creates an enabling environment where farmers can truly thrive. The Department of Community Safety, Roads and Transport has already started the collaboration on these issues, and we are certain that this will yield positive results. In conclusion, Agriculture, rural development, and environmental affairs are not challenges to be managed. They are opportunities to be embraced. They hold the key to food security, economic growth, and sustainable world. For us, agriculture does not only provide physiological needs to the body, it also provides nourishment. It promotes health and welfare and wellness. For when there is enough food and everyone knows where the next meal is coming from, we'll have a decline in mental health statistics and achieve our goal for a longer and healthier Free State. We therefore hereby support the budget vote in totality. The future is not something that the future is not something that happens to us. It is something that we create. Let us commit today to building a future where people, the world, and the progress move forward together, with no one going to bed hungry and agriculture becoming our catalytic economic activity. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Honorable Mukabela.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Greetings, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Members. Ereki libise hlompho ya ka go marena ohle a leng teng le dikgosi, baemedi ba ntlo ya makgweisang, baemedi ba tumelo tse fapaneng, baahi ba Thabo Mofutsanyana, haholoholo ba bohlokong le maloko ohle a African Congress for Transformation, le baahi ba Freistata. Honorable Speaker, the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development continues to be hanging around a black cloud of allegations of corruption amounting to millions of rands, while many farming enterprises have fallen into financial ruin, simply because the department did not bother to apply for financial assistance. One would understand that a farming business takes many seasons to receive from the financial impact of a severe drought. Drought disaster relief, the agricultural sector that supply our country's food under difficult conditions, require immediate action and should be planned for a way in advance. We have noticed a severe poor rural infrastructure and safety while doing oversight. For an example, the provincial government have continued to fail to maintain rural gravel roads, which have forced farmers to spend their money to ensure that their product reach markets on time. When it comes to lack of rural safety, again while doing oversight, we have noticed that lack of rural safety is a main issue. Farmers have reported a lack of effective rural safety measures, leading to continuous vulnerability of farmers being attacked and stock theft. Mme sena ha se ame fela borapolasi ba rona ba basweu le borapolasi ba rona ba batho ba batsho ba bolawa mme le maruo a bona a nkuwa ka mahahapa. Between 2020 and 2025, a total of 57,137,876 rand have been spent on FPSUs and agri-parks in the Free State. The Department of Rural Development and Land Reform has indicated, though via reply to the Provincial MEC of Agriculture, that Kronstadt FPSU was particularly operating in 2024, with notable achievement being the construction of security gate and guardhouse. What a massive investment and yet little returns. MEC was personally MEC, through you, Honorable Speaker, MEC of Agriculture, I was personally in Qwaqwa last week, and a few words that came from numerous farmers, they are crying out loud. They are saying when it comes to foot and mouth diseases, there are no reliable veterinary services. The government veterinary facilities is often closed and does not have medication available. As a result, the farmers are forced to travel to Bethlehem to access private veterinary, which is costly. Farmers further indicated the medication they receive does not fully cure infected animals, but only reduces symptoms, allowing the disease to remain with herd. They are also having to travel to various ways, making sure that they reach to other towns like Bethlehem, because the abattoirs and
Time is up, Honourable Member.
Honourable Speaker, next time I need protection from you, because we have a lot of speakers here. When they say time up, they really distract me. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Honourable Member Klute. You are protected. Honour members, I'm the only one allowed to call up the members' time up. Raudwana, Lipe hand. Raudwana, Danji, Galebo.
Agbare Speaker, ons dink vandag aan elke boer wat massiewe verliese gelei het weens die back and close seer krisis wat vandag nog aan die gang is. Ek dink ook aan elke boer wat voel dat hy nie net by die einde gekom het nie, maar dat dit 'n eksistensiële einde vir hom is. Want hierdie krisis is nie net ekonomies nie, dit is ook vir baie eksistensieel. Dit moet onbeskryflik wees om te sien hoe jou lewenswerk ineenstort, om diere voor jou te sien vrek en magteloos te staan. Alhoewel ek wil begin deur te erken deur jou speaker dat jy pogings wel aanwend om te luister en te konsulteer, dankie daarvoor en dit word raak gesien. Maar op grondvlak lyk die prentjie bietjie anders. Die instowwe kom nie noodwendig betyds by gebiede uit waar dit die nodigste is nie. Ek weet in Harrismith byvoorbeeld van 'n boer met 'n kudde van 10.000 beeste wat slegs 3.000 instowwe ontvang het. Hoe besluit daardie boer watter diere om in te ent en watter nie? Dis 'n onmoontlike keuse. Dit onderstreep 'n kernprobleem binne die departement wat wel moet verseker dat doeltreffende stelsels in plek is om hulpbronne op die regte plekke te kanaliseer na gebiede en boere wat die swaarste getref word. Die provinsie het nie net instowwe nodig nie, maar baie vinnig baie meer. Ons hoop dat die 26 miljoen rand wat jy waarna jy verwys doelgerig hiervoor aangewend sal word. Agbare Speaker, die landbousektor funksioneer reeds onder geweldige druk. Stygende insetkoste, vervalle infrastruktuur, veediefstal, biosekuriteitsbedreigings en beperkte toegang tot markte is daaglikse realiteite. In hierdie omgewing behoort die departement se rol baie duidelik te wees om te ondersteun, te bemagtig en te beskerm. Maar te dikwels word die departement 'n struikelblok eerder as 'n vennoot. Ons sien steeds onderbesteding op kritieke programme, terwyl gemeenskappe op grondvlak min tot geen ondersteuning ontvang. Glansryke planne word voorgehou, maar implementering bly swak, gefragmenteerd en inkonsekwent. Landelike ontwikkeling, veral in die Vrystaat, kan nie net op papier bestaan nie. Volhoubaarheid moet prioriteit geniet bo simboliese projekte. Te veel programme stort in een kort na implementering. Projekte word geloods sonder lewensvatbare sakeplanne en infrastruktuur word gebou net om daarna verwaarloos te word. Dis nie ontwikkeling nie, dis vermorsing. 'n verdere ernstige probleem is landelike veiligheid. Boere en plaaswerkers leef onder voortdurende bedreiging terwyl veediefstalsyndikaate met toenemende vrymoedigheid opereer. Tog bly koördinering tussen rolspelers onvoldoende. LER, nou dat omgewingssake onder jou departement resorteer, hoop ek jy gaan die vullisterrein en besoedelingskrisis in die provinsie daadwerklik vir die eerste keer aanspreek. En die LER wees wat nie net dit prioritiseer nie, maar ook optree teen munisipaliteite wat byvoorbeeld ons natuurlike hulpbronne besoedel. As jy wil, sal ek jou name gee van munisipaliteite wat nie per ongeluk nie, maar baie doelbewus riole en spruite, of althans rioolinspuite en riviere stort. Machabeng en Nkitwanas, 2 voorbeelde daarvan. Dit mag nie langer toegelaat word nie. Waar dit gebeur, moet daar teen verantwoordelike munisipale bestuurders opgetree word. In daardie geval, Speaker, is aanspreeklikheid die sleutel. Ek dank die Speaker.
Honorable Member Khwabane.
Honorable Speaker, ke boka dikgomo ho motlotle letsie la boraro ka projeke eo ai butsing le President Ramaphosa e tla thusa pokeletsong ya metsi a dihlaba. Ke boka dikgomo ho marena a maholo, morena Moremoholo Mopedi le morena Mota Bosiong ba hae. Ki se tlhompho ho marena ohle ho ditho tsa ntlo ya ketsa molao ho ba etapele ba teng kwano ba bo masepala ke dumedise le setjhaba ka kakaretso. The district development model provides a good platform for enhanced intergovernmental relations in providing services to the community and dealing away with duplication, double dipping and fiscal wastage. Many municipalities are experiencing a rising tide of livestock farming to a level where animals have to compete with residents for roads. The practice of acquiring livestock when one does not have land to graze those animals on has been going on without clear regulations to cap it. These animals end up destroying properties in the graveyards and damaging the municipality parks. Municipalities have to focus on developing clear bylaws where they don't exist, working together with the Department of Agriculture, Rural Development, COGTA, and Economic Development. This is to ensure that municipal farms are turned into commonages and that there's a clear constitution governing these commonages. Municipalities, almost all the municipalities in the province do have farms. And those farms must be turned, some of them must be turned into commonages to ensure that they accommodate animals that people have in the townships. The people are resorting to acquiring livestock as a store of value and a business venture. This means that livestock owners have to be taken through the necessary training on animal husbandry and to develop their businesses. Lefapha la tsa moruo le na le tsona dikotliso tse hlokahalang ho phahamisa tsebo ya dihwai ka tsa kgwebo, mme lefapha la tsa temo le na le maano a ho ruta dihwai ka tlhokomelo ya diphoofolo. Ho etsa bonnete ba hore dihwai di fuwa tsebo e tletseng ka tsa kgwebo ya diphoofolo, ho tlisa taolo ho malwetse le ho hodisa dihwai kgwebong ya bona. Ha jwale lefapha le matasatasa ka ho lwantsha lefu la mokaka diphoofolong, mme ho ba thata ho lona ho etsa jwalo ha diphoofolo di tletse makeisheneng le dibakeng tsa bodulo. Ho bohlokwa hore metebo e laolwe ke melaotheo, mme ho be le boetapele bo laolwang ke molaotheo oo. Sena se tla etsa hore le dipalopalo tsa diphoofolo di laolehe ho ya ka phumano ya mobu moo di fulang teng. Se tla etsa hape le hore diphoofolo di arolwe ho ya ka mefuta ya yona. Ha o fihla dibakeng tseo diphoofolo di beuwang ho tsona masakeng, moo bitswang masakeng, o tlo fumana ka hara le saka la sehwai ho na le kgomo, ho na le fariki, ho na le dikgoho. Mme sena se etsa mathata tlhokomelong ya diphoofolo. Se etsa hape hore ho be thata hore ha o re o isa phoofolo ya hao o lo e rekisa, boleng ba yona ha bo tshwane le ba phoofolo e polasing. Tshebetso ena e ka ba bobebe haholo moo marena a fuwang boetapele dibakeng tseo di leng ka tlasa bona. Honorable Speaker, marena ka bapala karolo e kgolo ho thuseng tabeng ya bofuma metseng ya mahae moo ba busang teng. Ha o ka etswa maano a hlakileng a ho thusa ka diphoofolo tseo ba ka di sebedisang ho thusa setjhaba ka phumantsho ya tse hlokahalang hore ba fumane se yang ka maleng. Programs of the department like Letsema can be used to provide such assistance to the traditional leaders so that they can, working together with the Department of Social Development, fight hunger and poverty. It is easier for provincial government working with Mangaung municipality to develop a good rural development program for Tabancho villages. Developing different villages with specialization in different agricultural commodities will ensure that the areas grow to be agri-villages. When you get to different villages in Tabancho, the trusting, some of the trusts specialize in different commodities. Ba bang o tla ba fumana ba na le dinku tse e leng hore ka tsona ba sebedisa boya, ba bang ba na le dikgomo tse e leng hore ba di rekisa. The provincial government and the department and also municipality can work together to grow that business. What the department did with the University of Free State and National Wool Growers Association by training communal farmers can be easily organized through the traditional councils to develop villagers. This will go a great deal in creating jobs and motivating people never to be attracted to urban life but derive a living through agricultural value chain. Honorable Speaker, the real problem for emerging farmers and subsistence farmers is access to markets. The livestock owners that are found in the townships will always have it difficult to access red meat market because of how their livestock is valued. They cannot have their livestock easily accessing feedlots and abattoirs because how the market undervalues them. It is important that communities develop a paradigm shift and take advantage of the efforts of the department to assist them with access to markets as they are doing with those farmers aspiring to grow commercially. The communal farms have been a thorn on the flesh of the department with their non-viability situations. They present a great opportunity to develop cooperatives into big business ventures. Tshebetso ya mmuso ya ho thusa batho ba sebeditseng polasing hore ba nke tsamaiso ya yona ha e so tlise ditholwana tse lebelletsweng. Ho tea mohlala, ho na le polasi Fixback eo lefapha le kileng la leka ho ithusa ka a cooling truck. Mme sena se ne se etsetswa hore ba kgone hore ba nke ditholwana tsa bona ba di ise mmarakeng wane wa Gauteng mo ne ba fumane business teng. Mme ba khalemelwa hore trucka ena ha se tsamaisang batho ba isa toropong etsang. Ha lefapha le qeta ba fa yona ha ya nka le motsotso ke ba palamisa batho ba isa toropong ba ibutsi ka morao gore ho tloa ka mona motsotso ka sentse qala e senya trucka yona. So this is becoming a difficult problem for the department in assisting these communal farms with necessary tools so that they can be able to trade fairly in the markets. We must applaud the effort by the Department of Agriculture to ensure that farmers take advantage of the economic diplomacy the country has with other nations by supporting agri-businesses to access market by facilitating export certificates for them. Ka hona ke tshehetsa ditekanyetso tsena tsa lefapha mme ka tsona dihwai di tla fumana tshehetso e hlokahalang le ha ikeke ya aneha tsohle ka hona ke a leboha.
Honour Member Fogo.
Yeah, I'm sure Ali happy. Ne? Okay. Mhlomphei motsamaisi wa dipuisano, bahlomphehi bohle ba kwano, ke lebisa hlompho ba rena ba teng kwano, baetapele bohle ba mekgatlo e fapaneng ba ka kwano, re a le dumedisa le lona kaofela re le mokgatlo wa MKP. Re ho lona re dumedise hape batho ba kwano bohlokong mo re tshwaretseng mokete ona teng kasheko wa o tlo bua dinnete empa dinnete fela. Ke dumedise boetapele bo teng kwano ba MK Party ka hara rona ka mona bohlokong. Ke a kgola mokgatlo o busang wa thaba kasheko empa ke tlo ba etsa bathabe. Ke tlo ba etsa bathabe hoba dintho tse ding tse re buang ka tsona, re bua ka tsona bongweng ba rona re le mane legislature di-committing tsa rona. Nnete o tshwanetse e etswe kasheko. Ha re dumallane le budget tsena kaofela tse ntse di tswa hana jwale. Hoba ntse le utlwa mantswe ana ntsa bua mona ke bahanyetsi hore rona re le bahanyetsi ka ho Freistata re bone molemo wa hore kasheko re kgone ho tseba ho bua, re buelle batho bana ba rona ba kobo di mahetleng. Haholo batho bane ba tsebang ditaba tsa diphoofolo le ditaba tse ding hape tsa hore diphoofolo o tshwantse di tshware jwang empa ba hatelletswe. Hona jwale re ke bue ka qhomatsi ena e hlongweng hona jwale hore qhomatsi ke ena e teng lefatshe ka bophara la South Africa, empa ha ona ditukisetso tse entsweng qhomatsing ena e entsweng kasheko. Nka o botsa hore batho ba rona ntse re tsamaya mona fatshe re ba botsa hore na ba sebetsa jwang, ba re rona re tsebe hoba ha re founela mane dipektere tse tshwereng di tshwere di-injection, ba re ho rona re shebe rona diphoofolo tsa rona di a kula pele re di tlisa ho bona. O ka kgona ho bona phoofolo jwang hore ya kula wena o le motho a sa tsebeng ka ntho eo ya hore phoofolo ya kula, e be le hona batlang ba tlo injecta phoofolo. Ke bua tjena hoba ha ke sheba ka ntle ka mona diphoofolo di a transport, di a tsamaya di a point A to point B. Batho ba rona ba phediswa ke tsona, ba rekisa tsona hore ba kgone ho phela, empa lefapha lena la agriculture ha le etse bonnete ba hore le thusana le batho ba hore le tle tsebe ho tsamaisa diphoofolo tsa lona ka nepo. Hoba diphoofolo tseo di tsamaiswa di sa injectwa, ha di fitla nna ke a reka ke a hlaba ke etsa mosebetsi, hosane batho ba tsoa ba kula. Re ba founela dipektere hana jwale, re ba founele re ba botse ka ntho eo, o ntso thona le budget e teng hona jwale hoseng letona ne le eme mona le bua ka budget ya rona, le budget e tswileng for lefapha la hae empa ha e sebeletse lona, e tlo sebeletsa bona ka dikgetho. Ha re bue nnete ya batleha kasheko, nnete ya batleha hore ba tlo e sebedisa ka dikgetho, ba budgetetse dikgetho hore ba lo kgetha boetapele bona bo le hatellang kasheko. We can't allow that to happen in our watch. We can't allow that to happen. Time is now that we must refuse any instruction that is coming to the ruling party. The ruling party ha etse mesebetsi o tshwantseng e etse. Ba eme mona kasheko ba le jwetsa ka di-freedom charter and 1994 ba le ntshitse bokgobeng, empa ha ba bui kasheko hore na ba le etsetsa eng hore le je. E fella mona kasheko 7 administration e o ntso thwe e teng
time is
e
up,
na le budget tse tharo tse entsweng empa ha o so be letho le implementwang
up.
dololo. Thank you.
Honourable Member Sikwebela. Honourable Member Sikwebela.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Premier, members of the Executive, of the Legislature, Traditional House of Leaders, Marina Ating Kofela, and Chabasa Dihlabing, Taumfuzanyana Free State. I rise to support the budget tabled by MEC El Sabi Rockman because it is a budget that speaks to transformation, that speaks to dignity and economic justice. We must understand agriculture not just as a food production or systems, but as power, ownership, previously disadvantaged that could not have access to the land to farm, and their inclusion as well. Means that we must also change the patterns of ownership in terms of the land of people that they are participating in agriculture. If you are going to read research, it will tell you that agriculture patterns of ownership in terms of demographics it's wide, and in terms of gender it's male, in terms of age is old. So we want to change that. Those who are previously disadvantaged, they must get into the space and work the land and be farmers. That's what the budget of the MEC talks about. And it's very important, remember, for rebala speech sa MEC ha bua one tse ding tsa di bua mo ha di bue ho criticize ka for hlahloba sona speech se MEC a se buile mare ba bua tse ding tse bona ba di labelabelang hombeng e tlo nka bona hore ba be puso hore ba kgone ho implementa tse mare ka jeno letona o re fa speech sa hae hore re hlahlobe and le setjhaba se bone hore na ditekatekanyetso di tsamaya jwang. And sa rona re le di-member tsa legislature ko acknowledge and hape hore re kopa o improve mona le mona ho bona hore batho ba benefit e seng ho bua ntho e kantle ho budget vote ha e tlo re thusa eo. So I want to speak about the black commercialization program ya Department of Agriculture. That is not just a policy choice, but it is a historical necessity and the core agenda of the Department of Agriculture. Why are we emphasizing as the ANC that black commercialization program must go through? I want to take you through those reasons, especially for disadvantaged farmers. Number one, when you are a commercial farmer or commercialization, it unlocks productivity and the scales. And when farmers are supported to commercialize, they are able to upscale their productivity by access at the market. They are able to contribute meaningful to the food security and the export. Number two, commercialization creates jobs. A sustainable farmer, it feeds a household. A commercial farmer does two things: feeds the community and employs or provides work opportunities. And then that is why we support the program by the department, say that we must make subsistence farmers or emerging farmers to be commercial farmers because of those two things that they will be able to also unlock. And also, Haraba commercialize these farmers with the program that Emel Sabi tabled is that, and the budget. It ensures sustainability. It allows those farmers to reinvest to adopt new technologies and to withstand shocks such as climate change, rising input costs because of the wars that is happening now. Diesel is expensive, the city is expensive, and the disease outbreak. And lastly, what it does, and why is the ANC a supporter? Black people, they must be commercialized, and it must happen, is that commercialization, it restores dignity and IBAFA economic participation. It allows the previously disadvantaged farmers not to only farm, but to compete, to lead, and to own value chain in agricultural sector. So the budget of SCAS, the blended funding, we support it. But what is important is that Honorable Mahlazi spoke about the issue of land. But what we must speak about, Honorable Speaker, as well, various scholars that have researched, is that access to financing becomes the biggest barrier for emerging farmers. Because without capital, there cannot be expansion. They cannot be mechanization. Tractors or implement. There cannot be agro-processing that includes value adding. There cannot be entry to formal markets. That is why the ANC will say that the blended funding, it must be to ensure those farmers, they must be supported with that financial muscle so that they are able to enter these things. The collaboration with the Land Bank and the IDC by the department, we support it for these reasons because because the money, the CASP is limited, but it offers other farmers production loans. It's going to assist them in asset financing if they're about to record trackers, topu, and so forth. It's going to assist them also into ensuring that they have tailor-made solutions for farmers. So that collaboration, MEC, it must continue, and as the ANC, we support it. Because we understand that this is not just a theoretical support and theoretical collaborations, but it is real money that is going to real projects to support the real farmers. Because we are clear as the ANC that transformation without finance is a rhetoric, and this budget closes the gap between transformation and the finance through collaboration, through cards, through blended funding. I would speak about the issue of the youth. We have seen something that is remarkable, and from the Department of Agriculture. Young people have been funded since the MEC Asabi took over from 5% to 30% as we speak today. And that is why the reason why we do so is because we want to transform. The research says that in terms of land ownership, those who are in farming, their age and their color, they said they are white, old. And then now, young people, they must be supported. And this is what MEC Asabi is doing, from 5% support to 30% support to ensure that they get into the space. And that support, it's not only the support, it's support that is driven by the skills, innovation, and technological driven, and commercial orientation, because we spoke what is the benefits of having black farmers being commercialized and supporting as the ANC the program of black commercialization. What we want to deal with as well is to say that, Honorable Klute, the issue of foot and mouth disease has because as we speak yesterday, the minister received 2 million doses from that is supposed to be accompanied the dollar vid. That's supposed to give us 6 million doses. Now they've received 2 million. And we are saying, how is it different from the foot and mouth disease that farmers normally have? It's not different at all. The only issue, Enana, is more contagious. It's spread out faster than the one that we have. And we have the two vaccines. The department has the two vaccines, the water-based vaccine and the oil-based vaccine. But what is important, you can't, how vaccinate 12 million heads at once, because ARC did not have the capacity to produce at least 200,000 vaccines per week or month. So that is why there's an upgrade of the ARC to upscale vaccine production. But while we get these others, and there's an approach, because there's 12 million heads. Ho tlo bana le hotspots, those that are close to buffalo farms, and those that are in dairy, because it spread up fast in dairy cows, and if it gets to spread, the disease get to be infected the buffalo. It stays longer and for lifetime in the buffalo. So you don't have to. You want to deal. There are farmers that are not getting the vaccine, but we support this budget vote because it speaks to investing to the people, it speaks to the investing into the production, it speaks to the investment of the future. And in so doing, it advances broader goals of inclusive growth, job creation, poverty reduction, and rural development. And I don't know if Honorable Member Namametsuka Fauna Samame, Honorable MECL Sabi spoke about the land claims and the progress of claims. So it's important that, honorable members, we listen to the MEC when she tables her speech, and then we debate in according. Because when you're debating on something that is not raised or something that is on the speech, it means you are not listening. With those, thank you, I support the budget. Thank you, Speaker.
Honorable Speaker, members of the legislature, marena ohle a teng tjhabong ya letsatsi la kajeno a nang le rona, setjhaba sohle sa Thabo Mofutshanyane haholoholo dihlabeng le re amohetseng, re le economic freedom fighters re le hlomphile. Honorable members, to assess the effectiveness of this budget, we need to ask one crucial question. What impact will this budget have on the lives of the people living on farms, living in rural villages, and in the overlooked area of the Free State? The reality often differs significantly from the report we see. This department has an important job to do. Promote economic change based on land use, support new black farmers, ensure everyone has access to food, and help rural economies grow. However, year after year, we see a department that is present in administration but missing in economic impact. We hear about the program like Comprehensive Agricultural Support Program and Letsema, which are assigned to help farmers, one for long-term growth and other for the immediate need. But we ask, are this program truly creating successful farmers, or are they just perpetuating poverty in rural areas? Billions of dollars have gone through this program over years, but really, are black commercial farmers receiving the support they need? Are they thriving rural businesses? Where is the change in land ownership and farming practices? We cannot keep funding programs that do not show clear results.
fail to farmers to move into commercial farming. Do not create lasting agricultural businesses. Speaker, this would not be supporting farmers. It would just create dependency. Agriculture should focus on production, yields, market access, and profitability. Without a balanced and measurable approach to all these factors, really, we are not truly advancing agriculture. Honorable members, currently, rural development in the province consists of small-scale projects and disjointed efforts. There is no unified strategy for rural economic growth or value chain development. The value chain development, we mean the supporting the entire process of a product from production to processing, distribution, and finally to the market so that farmers can benefit fully from what they grow. The economic freedom fighters reject the weak, unfocused approach that has characterized this department. We demand a clear agricultural strategy that emphasizes production. To every funded farmers must show measurable results. Significant investment in black commercial farmers focusing on real economic impact rather than just survival. A genuine rural economic strategy that builds industries instead of just small projects. Honorable Speaker, the reality is straightforward. This department is not helping the majority because there is no solid plan, no political commitment, no bold actions, and reluctance to change the current situation. This budget does not improve agriculture. It does not enhance rural life. It does not change ownership structure. It perpetuates a cycle where money is spent, reports are generated, but nothing fundamentally changes. Speaker, people in rural areas are tired of empty promises without results. As EFF, we reject this budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I greet our members, our traditional leadership, our visitors from the community, from municipalities and from the departments. Honourable Speaker, agriculture in the Free State is not simply one sector among many. It is the foundation upon which this province stands. It feeds our people, sustains our rural towns, anchors entire value chains, and provides livelihoods to thousands of families who depend on it. Not in theory, but in reality every single day. The agricultural sector contributes a significant share to our provincial economy, but its true importance lies far beyond percentages and statistics. Agriculture is the difference between growth and decline in rural communities. It is the difference between employment and abject poverty. When agriculture works, the Free State works. When agriculture fails, the consequences are felt in every town, every business, every household in the country. The Department of Agriculture in the Free State will spend R1 billion in the 2026-27 financial year. The increase is due to the department taking over the Environmental Affairs function, which includes provincial parks. We remain concerned by the 18 million in irregular expenditure exposed by the Auditor General's report in the 2024-2025 financial year. This is extra legal expenditure and accountability is required for this. Environmental Affairs joins agriculture and has an important role to play in generating much-needed income for the province through game auctions and provincial parks. They also have a responsibility to ensure accountability for the environmental pollution caused by municipal collapse in the Free State. There is no town in the province where sewage is not polluting our streets, our yards, our rivers, our streams, and our dams. At the same time, landfill sites across the province are becoming mountains of refuge that endanger our environment and hamper tourism and investment. Besides responsibility for enforcing legislation with the municipal environmental crisis, this department must ensure that the Free State remains a sustainable contributor to South Africa's food security. The threats to our agricultural sector remain serious and are threatening South Africa's food security. Foot and mouth disease has a devastating economic impact on our provincial livestock industry. The growing numbers of farmers in red zones have quarantine restrictions imposed on them that are threatening their ability to generate incomes, pay employees, and run their businesses effectively. We know that the disease did not appear under the new Minister of Agriculture's watch. He is, however, the first minister who has responded to the pandemic in a comprehensive manner. In fact, in a statement from the National Cabinet meeting on 20 November 2019, they indicated the following, and I quote, "Cabinet was briefed on the recent foot and mouth disease in some parts of the country. While the disease does not pose danger to human health, it is highly contagious amongst cloven-hooved animals," close quote. From 2019, there was no meaningful national response, and calls for the declaration of a national and mass disaster and the import of vaccines only came 5 years later when Minister Steenhuisen took over that department within the Government of National Unity. The Free State has the highest incidence of foot and mouth disease, with 414 incidents reported by 17 April 2026. This is an increase of 86 since 10 April and 137 since 2 March this year. On 21 April 2026, the National Department indicated that the Free State had received 397,340 vaccines and vaccinated 355,678 animals, which leaves a balance of 41,662 vaccines. The balance may be due to the slow reporting of vaccination due to the red tape involved, but we must warn that we must use every available vaccine in the province immediately. Our farming community depends on that. The 8% reported breakage and therefore wastage of vaccines is also not acceptable. The department has reported that all dairy farms have been vaccinated, which is some relief since the industry has been hardest hit by the pandemic. But the Free State has about 3 million animals that require vaccines. There's still a very long way to go. We must note that as a state-controlled disease, the national and provincial departments of agriculture are responsible for the vaccination rollout and controlling the spread of the disease. While vaccines are supplied by the state, farmers still have to pay private veterinarians to carry out the vaccinations, which adds to their cost. While the national department is responsible for the procurement of vaccines, the provincial department is responsible for veterinary services. This is a constitutional mandate. This includes the rollout of vaccines and the control and monitoring of the spread of the disease in the province. The DA has warned since 2019 that the provincial veterinary services are under-resourced and remain so with a shortage of vehicles across the province. The Free State now has the highest incidence of foot and mouth disease. At the centre of the country, the province shares its border with 7 other provinces. This is why law enforcement is crucial in efforts to control the spread of the disease, both in the province and to other provinces. I travel a great deal within the province and I see livestock being transported but seldom observe a roadblock or biosecurity of any sort. The Free State should have a functional disaster management centre during times of disaster. This should include, among others, the following during this pandemic: a 24-hour hotline to report livestock movement with location pins and number plates of vehicles. Active participation and control by the Premier, the MECs from various affected departments at the Disaster Management Centre. Fast response teams from the Departmental Veterinary Services in conjunction with the South African Police Services and municipal and provincial law enforcement. Strict control and biosecurity at provincial points of entry from other seriously affected provinces such as KwaZulu-Natal. Roping in the private security and agricultural community who have access to cameras and networks and link them to the Disaster Management Centre. This can be done. It is being done in another province, the Western Cape, in the country. Free State municipalities are failing in their duties to monitor and control livestock movement and enforce biosecurity measures to protect local farmers. Our municipalities contribute to impose land taxes on farmers. They continue to impose land taxes on farmers, but fail to keep their end of the social contract. In this respect, they are guilty of extortion, since land taxes do not benefit the farmers and are directed to other activities, often corrupt activities. We welcome the agreements reached by the Minister of Agriculture with Middle Eastern countries for the export of meat. The Western Cape are already in contact with some of these countries, which include on-site abattoir inspections by officials from those countries to evaluate South African facilities and halal compliance. The Free State must act quickly and even cooperate with the Western Cape's MEC, Dr. Ivan Meyer, to get on board with such initiatives. We need to do this. We need to continue to export our products from the province. Our farmers also face another threat that has always been there, but is exacerbated by the war in the Middle East. That is in the form of increases in the cost of fuel and fertilizer. Grain South Africa has warned that this has a devastating impact on our grain farmers who within the last month face increases in nitrogen fertilizer on an average of 58%. Fertilizer and fuel account for about 40% of grain farmers' production costs. Harvest season is upon us, and the cost to harvest and transport the harvest to markets are going to add to the cost of food for the average South African citizen. This is coming to us all. We all pray for a speedy end to the war so that the prices can come down for the producers and consumers of our food and related agricultural products. Another serious obstacle that our farmers in the Free State face is the poor state of our provincial roads and infrastructure, such as bridges. Our farmers are transport dependent in order to get agricultural commodities to the markets. Our poor roads not only increase the cost of forced detours, but also add costs and damages to vehicles. The agricultural sector in the Free State is the second largest in the country after the Western Cape. Our farmers support the economies of small towns, produce our food, and create jobs throughout the entire value chain. The World Bank has indicated that investment in infrastructure is crucial for economic stability, investment, and growth. The Free State is known as the food basket of the country, yet our agricultural sector is not supported with one of the most basic requirements for them to prosper, namely a sound roads infrastructure. The Department of Community Safety, Roads and Transport in the Free State was allocated 2.2 billion rand for transport infrastructure in the current financial year. We are of the opinion that we should allocate additional funds from agricultural support, economic development, and from the Premier's office and divert this to the roads infrastructure. Corruption, lack of accountability, and the appointment of unqualified contractors have resulted in billions of rands meant to repair and rebuild roads being wasted over the past few years. We have seen multiple contractors and repeat payments while construction of our roads have stood still. This cannot be allowed to continue. The poor conditions of access roads also impact on the annual Nampo Harvest Week at Bothaville, which is coming to our province next month. This event saw 87,191 visitors and 900 exhibitors from across the country and the world in 2025, the largest yet. This year, without livestock, their theme is resilience through innovation. Our provincial government and our local municipalities in that area have to support this job-creating and investment-bringing initiative. Nampo visitors bring in much-needed financial boost to the region and the province. Guest houses and other businesses thrive during this time, which sustains employment in the area. However, there is a fear that Nala municipality's 1.2 million rand Eskom debt will see the electricity cut off during this time. The MEC for Kokta will have to intervene to ensure that such threats are not implemented by Eskom during this important Nampo week. Crime remains a deadly threat to the agricultural sector. Our farmers and other employees are under constant attack by criminals in the form of stock theft, theft of vehicles and equipment, and farm attacks. Stock theft accounts for a huge financial loss to our subsistence, small-scale and larger commercial farmers. Statistics received in a reply to a question in the legislature from the MEC responsible for police in the Free State indicates that the prosecution rate for stock theft in 2024 and 2025 was about 28%, and the conviction rates an extremely low 9%. This is also why many of our stock theft incidents are not reported. Electricity is vital to all modern farming operations. Another devastating criminal phenomenon is the theft of electric cables, transformers, and even water pumps. This is costly and time-consuming to replace and affects the ability to run farming activities effectively. We suspect that operators within Eskom assessed criminals with these activities. Close by to us, at Kestel and Afrika's Corp, just in the past few months, 42 transformers have been stolen, and that's just in that one small area. Yesterday I spoke to people who said in the last couple of weeks, just in this area, 7 transformers have been stolen. Hundreds of thousands of rands destroyed for a couple of thousand rand in copper. Cross-border crimes perpetrated by individuals and syndicates from Lesotho are responsible for the constant harassment of farmers along the border, which includes all crimes I've mentioned, as well as invasion of land and arson. Government now wants to tighten firearm legislation, which will further restrict individual citizens' abilities to defend themselves against well-armed criminals. Besides the losses and damages, crime creates additional costs to the agricultural sector through private security, drones, cameras, and control rooms, which are not supported by government. With our fire season approaching, we also hope that the department has budgeted for this disaster which hits our province and especially this region every year. Rural development, Honourable Speaker, remains the responsibility of the National Department of Rural Development, which continues to throw away money in the agri-parks and farmer production support units. I went to the one at Kroonstad, which was also mentioned here earlier, and there's derelict infrastructure. It's been destroyed, and we don't see any equipment or vehicles there anymore. The MEC mentioned land reform. The national government acquired 432,038 hectares of land in the Free State under various land reform programs. This is in addition to the 203 plots of vacant land in municipalities amounting to over 245,000 hectares. In total, over 677,000 hectares of land is owned by the national government and municipalities. This land is vacant and it is currently unused. It needs to be utilized effectively to support the young people who were mentioned here today. But I also want to mention that as the High Panel report indicated, the Motlanthe Commission, land reform failures is due to 3 main things: the channeling of resources to elites, corruption, and lack of support to land reform beneficiaries. It's not the fault of the current farmers that this is taking place, and negative rhetoric towards them does not assist that situation. In closing, I would like to quote Reddy Sol, who said, "Agriculture is not farming, it is feeding. Our food security depends on our farmers, their employees, and many businesses and individuals throughout the value chain. All of these people must be regarded as national assets who deserve the support of our government and our community. Our farmers remain the most resilient people on the planet. Their faith, when all is against them, and their perseverance amid adversity is because they believe what is written in Ecclesiastes 11:4 in the Bible, which reads, "Farmers who wait for perfect weather never plant. If they watch every cloud, they never harvest." Our farmers in our country and in this province do not wait. They feed us. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Premier, honorable members of this House, Bomajorok, Makanselara Otle, Erikinke, Munyatlau Kirmenise, Marana Rona Tenkakwano, Morene Muholu, Moremo Holu Mupedi, Chairperson of the House of Traditional and Khoisan Leaders, Morena Neo Mupedi, Deputy Chairperson of the House of Traditional and Khoisan Leaders, Jose Khawilelu Moroga, Morena Otle Atenkakwano Tumelang, Baahi Botle, Babu Shukun Dumelang, Baaiba Freistata Madume. As we rise to close this debate, we do so grounded in one simple but profound truth. Agriculture is not a peripheral sector in the Free State, it is a backbone of our economy, the anchor of our rural communities and central pillar of transformation. Honorable Speaker, this budget is not an abstract exercise, it is a program of action to reshape ownership, expand production, create jobs, and secure food for our people. The debate must begin with facts, Honorable Speaker. Over 8,000 farmers are now registered in our provincial farmer register. CASP and Ilimalitzema supported dozens of projects across grains, livestock, and agro-processing. More than 2,000 farmers received extension support. 1,577 farmers benefited from the Skills Development Program. We further created job opportunities through land care and expanded training across the value chain. These are not slogans. They are measurable interventions that are changing the structure of our agricultural economy. We must point out quite importantly, Honorable Speaker, that this work is happening in the province that produces 41% of South Africa's maize. Nearly half of its sunflower and soya sustains a significant share of the national livestock economy. When the Free State grows, South Africa eats. Honorable Speaker, let us be clear that the position of the African National Congress, we reject the two streams, the idea that agriculture must remain concentrated in the few hands, and the recklessness motion that transformation leads to lack of production, skills, and sustainability. Our position is clear, Honorable Speaker. We pursue transformation. That we expand production, not destroy it. This is why land reform is not just about redistribution, it is about building a new class of black commercial farmers who are productive, competitive, and integrated into value chains. Our black farmers, the commercialization of black farmers is not a side project. It is a centerpiece of inclusive growth, and this budget progressively advances that through the following: 1, targeted cost funding; 2, partnership with Land Bank to unlock production finances; collaboration with IDC, already supporting projects like Dipali farms and Timeless tomatoes; skills pipelines through Glen Colleges of Agriculture, and structured mentorship. Honorable Speaker, at the same time, we must be honest about one thing, that access to land without support is failure. Finance without market is failure. Project without governance is failure. And that is why the department is tightening verification, monitoring, and accountability, not to frustrate farmers, but to protect them and protect the public resources. Honorable Speaker, if we are serious about jobs, we must move beyond primary production. The future of employment in agriculture lies in agro-processing value chain, as well as the following: turning grain into food products, livestock into processed meat and dairy, wool into finished textile, the raw produce into market-related goods. We are already supporting agribusiness with market access, investing in processing infrastructure, linking farmers to a certification system and export markets, and working with institutions like the University of the Free State to incubate agri-enterprises. Agri-processing is where multiple value absorb labor and localized economic activities are taking place. That is how we move from farming as a survival to farming as an industry. Honorable Speaker, food security is not only about production, it's about access, and in a province that feeds the nation, no household should go hungry. Through this budget, we are supporting 2,500 producers, expanding school nutrition and food gardens, partnership with organizations like Meals on Wheels, as well as Red Cross, driving coordinated provincial food and nutrition strategy. Honorable Speaker, this is ANC's approach to production at scale, combined with targeted interventions for the vulnerable, because food security without accessibility is incomplete. But we do not govern in an ideal condition. We face rising input costs, global market disruptions, climate pressures, as well as the foot and mouth disease outbreak. Our response has been decisive through a coordinated provincial joint operations centers. Hundreds and thousands of vaccines were distributed, strict biosecurity enforcement, and investment in quarantine infrastructure along the Lesotho border. This is a proof that we are not spectators. We are actively stabilizing the sector. Honorable Speaker, this budget vote is ultimately about participation in the economy. To this end, we have increased youth participation in funding, 31% expanded support to women farmers, provided graduate placement and incubation program, and built pathways for rural communities to enter the mainstream of economy. This is deliberate because the future of agriculture cannot be inherited. It must be built inclusively. Agriculture is not the responsibility of government alone. It requires farmers, financial institutions, researchers, traditional leaders, and communities. That is why we are strengthening partnership, social compacts, and coordinated rural development. Honorable Speaker, before I conclude, it is important that we ground this budget vote not only in our delivery, but in clear policy direction of the African National Congress as resolved at its 55th National Conference. The conference was unequivocal in its position that agriculture must be developed as a key sector for economic growth, job creation, and food security, with deliberate support for black farmers and the expansion of agri-processing, alongside improving access to land, finance, market, and infrastructure. Further, affirmed that the state must actively support the development of emerging and black commercial farmers, while ensuring the sustainability and competitiveness of the agricultural sector as a whole. This is precisely what this budget gives us. This is why we are investing in farm support programs, building agro-processing value chains, partnering with Land Bank, the IDC, and institutions of higher learning, and strengthening veterinary services and protecting the productive base of agriculture. It is also why we reject the false choice that the opposition seeks to create between supporting existing commercial farmers and advancing transformation. There is no contradiction. There is only one path: inclusive growth through a larger, more diverse, and more productive agricultural sector. Honorable Speaker, this budget vote reflects a government that understands its historic task: one, to transform without destabilizing, grow while redistributing, create jobs while securing food, build an agricultural economy that belongs to all who live in the Free State, not only those in the Western Cape. The African National Congress remains steadfast in its commitment to a productive and competitive agricultural sector, the development of black commercial farmers, the expansion of agro-processing industry, a food secured province where no community is left behind. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Mkhabela speaks about corruption in the department. Like Ntate Mkhwaneze has done, there is a police station everywhere, in every town, in every city. When there is corruption, please open cases so that the department can act and law enforcement can act. Rural gravel roads. Honorable Speaker, bothata bana ba dutseng ka nqeng ke hore ba batla fela ditsela tse tlameleng di lokiswe e be tsena tsa dihwai where farmers are. Mar ditsela tsa rona tsa makeisheneng tsone di ske di a lokiswa. Tšhelete e teng e tlo lokisa ditsela ka ga Freestata, empa re tšhelete ena ha ena fela ho lokisa tsena tsa di-farmers fela, ditsela tsa rona tsa makeisheneng le tsone di tlamehile di lokiswe. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Klute, we want to indicate to you, When there was this spread of foot and mouth disease, the first doses had fitla ka hara South Africa. Minister, Minister wa DA, o la tloela di provinces tsena kaofela a fetela mane Western Cape a qala moo. A sa nahane le di provinces tse ding. Honorable Speaker, ba bua ka di issues tsa pollution. Dintho tse di ke di responsibilities tsa di masepala, ha se di responsibilities tsa lefapha le. E re ke bua ka ena ya land ownership e leng yona ya bohlokwa. Ba dutse mona. Ba re ha no fana ka lefatshe. Ba le ba ka nqeng. Ba kopane kaofela ha re le parlamenteng ka 2022. Ba ile ba hanana le molaotheo o reng re fe batho ba rona lefatshe. Ba ne ba dutseng ka nqeng. A ke re nnete bohloko nnete ya baba. Honorable Speaker.
Order, honorable members, order. Honor members, order. Order. Honor members. Chabala. Honor member Chabala. Ega rota tswa. Ozola o finyana ro tswa. Honor member o ka tswa lape.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, in 2019 to 2023, I was a member of parliament on behalf of the African National Congress. I sat in the committee that was dealing with this particular Section 25. I sat with their leaders, Bu Julius, Lebo Floyd, in that particular committee. They refused. They refused that we change the land, we give our land to our people. But DA bona, ba le ba re jwetsa mahlong hore bona ba keke be ba dumela hore molaotheo o fetolwe ho hang. Ba FF plus bona ba re jwetsa ba re bona ba ka dumellana le rona fela ha re ka ba jwetsa hore re ba fa lefatshe le leng hore maburu a tla dula a le mang ho lona ba sena diphephetso. Ra re tjhe, when we changed the constitution of South Africa in 1994, we said all shall be equal. Bana ba EFF ba ke tla le tshwarela memkhabela le ntate Foko ke tla le tshwarela hobane dipatinyana tsena tsa lona ne di tswa di ba teng kana kwena lona ma EFF e rile re bua kana
members, honorable members, I go do le fatshe.
Ke a leboha.
Ke le ka kopa hore kaofela ha rona a ke re itshwareng ka tsela e bontshang seriti sa ntlo ena. Ha re phehisa ra mamelana le a motho a bua ntho o sa e batleng mo mamele ho shoutana ha o no re thusa empa ho re bontsha lo re hlaisa re le ntlo ena ka tsela e seng yona. I'm asking all of you to respect this House and respect yourselves as honorable members. Otherwise, there's nothing honorable about us behaving in this manner. What is your point of order? I'm speaking, you are rising on, you are having your head up. Sit down, I'm speaking. And I want all of us to respect the speaker on the podium. Allow the speaker and let the speaker be heard. The views are not only of those that you choose to hear. All the views are important. I get the excitement there. I'll go take an order.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, is it parliamentary for Honorable member on the podium to say Bana ba EFF?
Honorable members, honor members, all of you are out of order. You are howling, and the member is responding to your howl. Honor member, you go power referral bona in a manner eba fan tlotla. Honor members, fang membera e dutse e buang tlotla eo le respect. That honor member.
Thanks, Honorable Speaker. The Honorable Member on a platform, she must withdraw from calling us Bana, who are honorable members when we are here. Honorable members of this house. She must withdraw.
Withdraw that, honorable member, and honorable members, please refrain from behaving in a manner that does not give you that honor. You earn the honor. You are not honorable just because you are sitting in this house. Your behavior earns you that honor. Honorable member.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable member, I have not said. I will do the facts.
Ke a leboha, Speaker. In grammar, ka Sesothong, ho na le ntho eo thweng ke lesupi. A se point of order ntho eo.
Lesupi le lona le na le tlhompho. Lesupi le lona le na le tlhompho. La o ka sebedisa grammar, empa le tlhompho le yona e ba teng. Ha o re ona o motswadi wa hao ba nona le tlhompho ke lesupi. Ke honorable members. Honorable member Thabo, o ntse itse phoso e kgolo. O sa tsana le molato mo holo, mme ke le wena nka swaba le ho bua. Dula fatshe more. Honorable member, o ka tswela pele, but withdraw fela ntwe le supilewe.
I withdraw that part, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you.
Honorable Speaker, we must further indicate to this House that how bua ka taba tsa security sa di borders. Freistata mona, mmuso wa Freistata ha mmoho le mmuso wa Lesotho o ile wa kopana ho etsa bonnete ba ho be le dipuisano tse buang ka taba tsa hore how do we safeguard our stock so that re fokotse stock theft. Honorable Speaker, taba ya lefatshe ke taba bohlokwa ebile ke taba e hlokolotse haholo setjhabeng sa rona, empa ho a hlokahala hore re jwetse batho ba rona dinnete hore ho etsahalang ho etsahetseng ka taba ya expropriation of land without compensation. Ba ile ba e hana, empa mokgatlo wa African National Congress wa re ha ona o emisa re tla tlisa expropriation bill ho etsa bonnete ba ho batho ba rona ba kgona ho thola lefatshe. Re le mokgatlo wa African National Congress re rata hore ho tsohle tse ntse di etsahala ka ra Freistata le mosebetsi o motlo ntse o etswa ke lefapha re theoetsa this particular budget vote. We support this budget vote, but over and above we want to indicate to communities of the Free State bomme ba tshwana le bomme Mantombele e leng yena tonakgolo ya mehleng ya Free State. Re rata hore ra mo leboha ka mosebetsi o motle a o etsang le batho ba bomme mo e leng hore dihwai tsa bomme tse potlana di ntse di tla di sebetsa hantle, mme re theoletsa mosebetsi ona o motle a o etsa. Mama re a leboha ka mosebetsi wa hao o etsa. Honorable Speaker, it is also important to indicate that part of the work that we are doing as the department is to ensure that young people benefit from the mainstream of our economy. Ke ka hoo lefapha le itseng selemong sena sa ditjhelete ho tla ba le mosebetsi o ditjhelete tla belwang ka thoko ho etsa bonnete ba hore ho support-wa batjha. Lefapha la Public Works, lefapha la Distia ha mmoho le lefapha lena la Agriculture di sebedisana mmoho hobane o ka fa motho lefatshe ha sena tjhelete e tswang Distia o tla ba le bothata, ha sena lefatshe ho tswa Departmental Public Works o tla ba le bothata. Ke hore re mafapha kaofela re na le tshebedisano mmoho. Ke tsebisa setjhaba sena hore on foot and mouth disease government ena African National Congress ebile ha ho ba le this particular disease e kena ka sekgahla ya ba re tlosa ditjhelete diprogramong tse ding tsa mmuso re fa Department of Agriculture hobane re kgathalla setjhaba sa rona. Re a leboha.
Honorable MEC.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honourable member. Honourable member. Le babedi a ke lempleleng reference ya ngwana tla rwaka e lebile o ma. Ke kopa fela le ke le ntlhalosetse e lebile o ma. Honourable member. The platform is yours.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
You
Let
think,
me-
not you, Honourable, you may take your chair. I just want to clear this. Who's referred to as Wana, you know?
No, we withdraw that, Speaker. We're reading out loud here. Thank you very much.
No. Honour Member, withdraw. I give an explanation, withdraw. Yeah, thank you. Honour Member. O buile le wena ke batla o tlhalosetse. Ako itise kwano. Ako itise kwano pampiri. A shebe founu ya hao. O tlo mpontsha pampiri. Ayala we. All I'm asking you is to withdraw. Well, long explain it and told the Baulu and our Aio. Thank you. You may continue.
Thank you, Speaker. Let me appreciate the contributions of all the speakers in today's debate. We accept constructive criticism and advice and acknowledge that there is always room for improvement and enhancing our efficiencies and effectiveness. But allow me to emphasize a few points. Many members, honourable members, have spoken about rural development. And the development economist Jeffrey Sachs spent 2 decades arguing that rural economies like ours are caught in what he calls a poverty trap, a place where the absence of 4 or 5 essential connections at the same time traps farmers and rural communities in low productivity, low economic participation, regardless of their skill and determination. A farmer without secure tenure cannot borrow. Without credit, a farmer cannot invest. Without investment, yields stay low. Without yields, farmers cannot reach the market. Without the market, a farmer earns no surplus. And without surplus, there is no savings. And the story goes around and around. And you cannot escape a trap like this by pulling on one thread. You escape it by what Sachs calls a big push, by investing simultaneously in tenure, in credit, in extension, in infrastructure and in market access. And our collaboration across national, provincial and local government is the big push we need to grow our rural economy. On value for money and impact, the approach of the Auditor General increasingly looks at the impact departments achieve through their spending. The consistent thread has been on value for money derived from particularly our financial support of projects and programs. We need to be consistently aware of what is a good rand of public money. A rand spent on a tractor for a farmer who has no water, no title, inadequate production and no offtake agreement is a scattered rand. But a rand spent across the full value chain, water, title, extension, production and market, is a transformative rand. We must continuously ask ourselves before we allocate funding whether we are spending a scattered rand or a transformative rand. And our funding allocation must be based on a proper farm plan that sets the appropriate pathway to growth. We must improve our coordination and collaboration with the local government sector, particularly local economic development units. Commonage management must be escalated as a priority in the planning and implementation of IDPs and SBDIPs in our municipalities. Commonages must be managed and operated in terms of appropriate bylaws. We propagate for investment in commonages by our local government sector throughout the province, from verification of those occupying commonages to investment in infrastructure, particularly fencing, water, handling facilities, lights and safety, including biosecurity. Our department does not manage commonages, but we can support the development and required infrastructure on commonages. But this we can only do if management structures of commonages comply with relevant bylaws. There is a dire need amongst all municipalities to increase their land availability for commonage usage, as our commonages are generally overpopulated and overgrazed. And we urge our municipalities to proactively approach the Department of Land Reform and Rural Development to be assisted to acquire additional land. Commonages stand out as a particular enabler for local economic growth that must be explored to grow our agriculture sector. In addition, we urge municipalities to focus on the re-establishment of pounds. Animal pounds are critical community institutions that ensure public safety, manage animal overpopulation, and provide essential animal welfare services. We have noted the work undertaken by municipalities such as Dislabeng, Mohokare, Maluti, Apofung, and Mansopa to reinvest in their pounds. The resuscitation and or establishment of pounds are critical to maintaining biosecurity measures and movement control. And this is not only relevant in the current FMD situation, but we must deal with the false narrative that commonages pose a particular threat in our FMD outbreak. In actual fact, more than 80% of the FMD outbreaks in the Free State has occurred on commercial farms. There's no additional risk from commonages, and we really reject the orchestrated attempts by some sectors to target our commonages and blame them for the FMD situation. I must comment on the Honourable Member Foko, who says we are doing nothing and our people know nothing about FMD. Honourable Member, through you, Speaker, did I not send you on the 13th of April the contact numbers of each and every veterinarian and animal health technician in the Free State at 12:14? And on the 16th of February, I sent you the declaration of disaster of FMD at 8:13. On the 25th of February, I sent you the foot and mouth disease control measures at 6:44. And on the 19th of March, I again shared with you our Acting Director Veterinary Services contact number. We do not do this because we have nothing else to do. We do this to empower you with information. And when you are engaging with farmers who tells you they need information, why are you not using the information? If you are not doing that, you are failing in your responsibilities as a public representative. It is unfortunate that the EFF forgot that this department now also includes environmental affairs, and perhaps you can prepare a bit better and a bit more thoroughly in future. The Honourable Jankelson, you claim the Minister of Agriculture when it suits you, but your own DA groups and communities on their Facebook pages were the first to tear him apart when the FMD outbreak started. The Western Cape hardly has any outbreak, so there is little lessons we can learn to them. For those members who have raised, honourable members who have raised issues around stock theft, perhaps you should have noted the trend over the past few weeks where the South African Police Services has effected arrests in Bloemspruit, in Viljoenskroon, in Kroonstad, in Brandfort, and another case in Kroonstad on the 21st of February. There is increased cooperation and effectivity when it comes to the SAPS and the stock theft units. And the way we cooperate now with the SAPS, the SANDF, and the NPA puts in place a very good foundation for us to work further and gain more efficiencies when it comes to stock theft specifically. In conclusion, Speaker, let me remind honourable members of the wisdom of David Broom when he said, nobody ever won an election by spitting at their political opponents. What we hear today from opposition parties is politicking and not a constructive discussion on how to take agriculture forward. Thank you.
The reply by the Honourable MEC concludes the debate on Vote 11, Agriculture, Rural Development and Environmental Affairs. The Acting Secretary shall read Motion 2.
That the second reading debate on the appropriation bill, B3 of 2026, be continued. Vote 13, Human Settlements.
The vote before the House is vote 13, Human Settlements. Honorable Mr. Ndademkwena may now address the House.
Honorable Speaker, Premier of the Free State, members of the Executive Council, Morena Moholo, Morena Mopedi, Modula Stulo le Motlatsa, Modula Stulo wa ntlo ya Marena ya Freistata, Marena ohle a re hlomphileng ka boteng tsatsing lena ke bua ka dikgomo. Tonakgolo ya mehleng, Mema Ntombela, distinguished guest, Bommel Bontate. Today I stand here to present the Human Settlement Department budget for the year 26-27. Through this budget vote presentation, we'll also highlight some of the work done and the challenges confronted in the last financial year. We are part of a government that is led by the movement of the people, the African National Congress. We have committed and now acting on improving service delivery capacity and recalibrate the responsive culture of our officials. To achieve this, we are confronting even the most stubborn elements of state capture and dismantling entrenched elements of destructive interests who have now resorted to use some of the online media platforms to project lies and negativity about us. We remain unshaken, and no false headlines will make us retreat. The renewal of state capacity to deliver must confront the culture of laziness, indifference, corruption, and all embedded administrative systems that made the department to fail in the past. We knew that the rebuilding and renewal will earn us enemies from those who benefited from all wrongdoing. Sponsored media articles have sought to project us negatively, whilst ignoring the work being done. The work to provide decent settlements, affordable housing, modernized communities, and free quality housing for the needy is gaining momentum. We are now restoring the dignity of our people through the Beke service delivery interventions where we deliver houses in every corner of the province. Speaker, we must make service delivery fashionable. The work to serve our people must be effortless for all elected leaders and appointed officials of government. Those not willing to change attitude and do their work with required speed must face consequences. There are no holy cows, and we will touch and move anyone if it is in the interest of service delivery and our people. We come from generations that were inspired by the 76 generation, 1976 June detachment, and the mid-80s of Psycho that faced death in pursuit of freedom. I'm part of the late 80s generation of the Roaring Young Lions of Oliver Tambo who faced the bullets to achieve freedom. Today, this generation of no retreat, no surrender, and as part of the freedom-loving people of Free State, is tasked to build a new society that is anchored on decent human settlements that are critical to the well-being of our people, restores dignity, and enhance economic growth and productivity. We must move away from building communities that are far more removed from centers of commerce and industry and reverse the special apartheid patterns that places the poor and the working class from far centers of commerce and industry. We will work with municipalities to deliver new alternative settlements options that uses CBDs and nearby land parcels to allow people to live and work in the same vicinity. Speaker, I present the Human Settlement budget for 26-27, a budget of 1.89 billion, which marks 7.1% decrease compared to the 25-26 budget, which stood at 1.279 billion. The Human Settlement Grant, which is our main grant, decreases from 889 million to 777 for the 26-27, which also represents a reduction of about 6.3%. The national fiscal pressures and the slow population growth rates are some of the factors behind the top slicing of our budget. It is mainly in the outer years where we see the HSDG recovering. The allocation of the Informal Settlement Upgrading Partnership Grant for 26-27 amounts to 112.8 million, which is also a decrease of 30% from the 162.3 million of 25-26. Over the MTF, we see ISUPG recovering in terms of 1.9 in 27-28, and as well as 1.5 in 28-29. 30 million is earmarked for the demolition of the old two-roomed houses that will be replaced by the new BNG houses in areas of Ipopeng in Forest Smith, Dark City in Mangaung, Broadville in Machabeng, and Extension 2 in Dihlabeng. The amount of 2.567 million is set aside for the EPWP, whose skills development details will be outlined later. Speaker, the main elements of our budget are made up of the 266.5 million in terms of voted funds, 30 million for the demolition of two-roomed houses, which gives us an equitable share of about 2.296.5 million. In terms of the national funding, our HSDG is 777.1 million, ISUPG is 112.8 million, EPWP is 2.5 million, giving us a total of 892.5 million. Combined with the equitable share, it gives us a total of 1.89 billion. Last year, we stood before this House and made firm commitments to accelerate service delivery, restore credibility, and improve the quality of human settlements across the province. Today, as we present this budget, we also take this opportunity to account on the commitments made and the progress achieved during the 25-26 fiscal year. We committed to improve the capacity to build more BNG units. Of the targets we set, we only achieved 41.5% of the 1,663. In response to this, the department has reopened the panel process to allow more local contractors to come on board. Once finalized, this will give us the much-needed capacity of contractors to drive our numbers. We have managed to deliver more than 1,816 service sites in the greenfield developments. In informal settlement upgrades interventions, we have delivered a total of 2,873 service sites, and this was against the target of 1,062. Asbestos removal is now underway. 180 asbestos roofs have been replaced in Riedersburg, Senegal, Jonesgrove, and Velkom. In resolving the Honey Park sewer and water problems, we can confirm that 261 houses now have running water and sewer lines are now connected. Once the pump station refurbishment is complete, these houses will have a waterborne toilets. This project, once completed, will deliver about 800 houses, saving access to both running water and flushable toilets. In Nala, we've completed 97% in terms of the Britannia project that seeks to install water and sewer for 429 sites. Upon completion of the remaining work, including the cleaning of the site and municipality completing the pump station, these sites will be ready for occupation. We are now building houses for the Nyakalong, an area in Island Ridge that is affected by rising mine water. From the 5 houses we have already completed, we have now received additional 72 sites from the Machabe municipality, which will allow us to build for everyone who is affected. In terms of the CRUs, we can report that 270 units have been completed at the G Hostel in Velkom and they are ready for occupation once bulk services are connected. That in Dark and Silver City in Buchabela, Mangaung, 130 units are ready for occupation. We have registered 1,319 title deeds. New measures are being finalized to fast-track this in processes where they are still outstanding. We have handed over 30 military houses to the military veterans in Vista Park 3 in Bloemfontein, and we'll also do 30 more for beneficiaries in 26-27. We are working to finalize the incomplete houses in the province, and to date, 1,349 houses have been completed, and our target for 26-27 is 1,300. Catalytic projects remain central to transforming spatial patterns and unlocking economic potential of our communities. This is not just delivery of infrastructure, but interventions that seek to open both growth and productive investments by creating new communities that expand the economic base of our towns. In approach, their construction is a major economic injection that will spring up new economic zones once completed. A strong governmental coordination and alignment is essential to move these projects forward and realize their full impact. The Back Park integrated development in Bethlehem will be completed in this financial year after the department terminated the original contractor and consultant. We have appointed 3 new contractors and a consultant tasked to finish this project by September. This mixed housing development entails servicing of 1,400 sites with sufficient bulk infrastructure such as water, sewer, pump stations, reservoir, including internal roads. In December last year, we visited this site together with the Minister of Human Settlement as well as the Premier of the province. which culminated in the handing over of 3 contractors who are assigned or tasked to build 90 BNG houses. As we speak, all 90 foundations have been cast, 60 units have got wall plates, and we hope to finish this program by May 2026. We promised our people, and we're keeping our promise. In Sasolburg, the Val River City Initiative is taking shape, laying the groundwork for more connected and economically active region. This initiative is now entering a decisive phase during this financial year, wherein we'll be completing 4,125 titles in the Wonderfontein project. Infrastructure South Africa is now assessing the bulk infrastructure application for the provision of bulk infrastructure project ahead of the commencement of the top structure development. We are also engaged in efforts to find speedy alternatives to the conventional methods around bulk services for the province, and we are considering modular, including containerized sewer and treatment plants, which will be far more quicker to install and operate. In Mukaka, in Kronstadt, we are implementing an integrated human settlement project, and of the 5,300 residential sites being developed, we have successfully connected 3,600 sites with water and sewer, and the remainder of 1,700 is part of the alternative bulk services interventions we are seeking for the province. Informal settlements remain a major challenge in the province. We have 189 informal settlements housing over 84,000 households. Factors behind these numbers include urbanization from farming communities, coming of age and the need to establish own families, and the general in-migration from nearby provinces and nearby countries. Most of these end up without basic services like water, sanitation, electricity, and proper roads. Our focus as we upgrade these settlements is on in-situ upgrading, improving conditions where people live, while also identifying alternative sites where needed. In areas of Pambeli, we have identified alternatives sites to relocate the residents during the implementation. Progress is affected by objections against this development. Some of these objections are varied between those legitimate as well as those with pure racist undertones that seeks to say blacks must be kept in their own reserves and not anywhere near the towns or white farms. What puzzles us is the fact that the community of black people have already resided in this area for the last 17 years. The department remains committed to a development that is properly planned, environmentally responsible, and supported by appropriate infrastructure, and we are willing to engage on these particular issues. Speaker, these objections must be resolved urgently to allow the development to provide a better living conditions for the Pambili people. All role players, including COGTA and the municipality, have got to make sure that these issues are addressed ASAP. The 26-27 financial year, Speaker, we are committing to achieve, 1, constructing 212 housing units, including 1,300 historically incomplete units across various programs. To rectify 250 asbestos roofs in identified districts in the province, to demolish 100 two-roomed houses and build BNG houses across the districts, finalization and occupation of military veterans, use the EPWP grants to hone the plumbing and plastering skills of many of the construction workers to enhance their quality of work. That in terms of service sites, we intend to deliver 1,105 service sites funded through both the HSDG and the ISUPG. Speaker, we come from history where black people in South Africa, and especially women, were not allowed to own property in the past. These categories include those who have lived in municipal properties after 98 but before 94, and women who could not even inherit properties from their deceased husbands. We are undertaking efforts to ensure that all those that are affected do secure the title deeds and become full owners. The department will be upgrading these permits and deeds of grants into full ownership with title deeds. We have already tested this process successfully in the municipalities of Bitlabeng and Machabeng. We will now be rolling this out to other municipalities so that more people can have security and dignity of owning their homes. Speaker, we are finalizing interventions to ensure the delivery of BNG houses comes with title deed. Together with municipalities, the appointed conveyancers, our teams, and the deeds office should now be guided by the systems we are finalizing to fast-track title deeds delivery in the province. We have also partnered with the Master of the High Court to assist communities on estate-related matters where This is affecting the issuance of title deeds properties to properties of the deceased beneficiaries. Speaker, this is more than just an administrative work, but it's about restoring dignity, security, and hope. Our commitment is simple. Every house we hand over must come with its title deed. We have completed the verification process on the Hlano houses. The total of 3,322 Hlano properties have been verified across the province. The department is in the process of consolidating a detailed report that will enable human settlements to intervene in this matter. We can report that the National Department is in court with Hlano on matters of interest and the amounts demanded as opposed to the old debt book. Once resolved, this will enable beneficiaries or their departments to have title deeds and certainty about the ownership of these properties. Enhanced coordinated stakeholder management is critical to our ability to achieve our goals. The importance of ensuring alignment with key stakeholders guarantees the speedy approval and timeous onboarding of our projects. If stakeholders such as municipalities, NHPRC, Labour Department, and project teams are not aligned from the onset, projects slow down and communities are left waiting longer than they should. To address this, we are changing how we work. Stakeholders are now brought together earlier in the planning process. This allows better coordination, clearer role, and shows that plans are completed and approved on time before implementation begins. Another major source of delays is beneficiary management. This function has largely been left to municipalities, where coordination is often weak. As a result, site allocations can become inconsistent and disputed, creating confusion on the ground and slowing down the housing construction. We are responding by strengthening oversight, improving the accuracy of beneficiary lists, and introducing clearer and more transparent allocation process. To achieve this, we are introducing site allocation committees where the department and municipalities will jointly manage the allocation of all beneficiaries where human settlement is developing sites. Getting this right from the beginning will reduce disputes and ensure that we are able to complete our projects on time. The project has effectively begun with the asbestos removal project. I can report that the contractors appointed and in compliance with the required health and safety standards has finished all the 180 houses identified for the 26-27. We have set, Speaker, 30 million for the 250 houses for those identified areas in the province. The province is among those with high numbers of asbestos roofs, with an estimated of 33,000 houses that will reportedly require 4 billion to remove. The department is considering a number of options to manage this challenge, in mitigation of both the hazards faced by our people and the unavailable resources needed to eradicate asbestos in the province. Speaker, as part of the interventions we are considering in our response to the ever-growing needs for the provision of decent housing is a faster manner, which is the alternative building technology or innovative building technology method. This method under consideration should give us the means to accelerate housing provision for both rural and urban centers while adhering to the issues of safety and longevity. The department is exploring a mixed bag of options that will be piloted in the current financial year. Some of those we are engaging are here to showcase their products as part of today's proceedings. We have already contracted some of this technology in our mud houses eradication projects, both in Kwakwa and Tabanchu. The CRU projects in Velcom and our BNG housing projects in Fentersburg are also part of where ABT will be considered. The welfare and the support provided to the military veterans is the primary responsibility of the Department of Defense. In terms of human settlements, we received the list as generated by the Defense Department and built as per the agreement and in line with the agreed specifications. This does not include maintenance, as this belongs to the beneficiaries similar to the BNG. We build for you, you maintain your house. A memorandum of understanding in this regard was concluded between the Department of Military Veterans and Human Settlement for the realization of the Military Housing Assistance Program. According to the MOU, the Department of Human Settlement is charged with the responsibility of using the BNG housing subsidy, whilst the Department of Military Veterans top up the BNG housing subsidy to build the 50 square meter houses for the military veterans and or their dependents. In 26-27 financial year, the department will build 30 military houses as part of our plan to reintegrate military veterans and their dependents into various communities. The municipalities of Maluti, Apofung, Mokaka, Metsimaholo, Machabeng, Mantsopa, and Dihlabeng are next on our list for the current financial year. We will also convene military veterans in Bizo in the current financial year to engage on some challenges that have arisen on issues affecting our space. Furthermore, the department will be intervening in the following areas: availing services for military veterans who are employed but unable to access government-subsidized housing units so that they can incrementally build for themselves, provide dependents of verified bona fide military veterans, more especially those that are qualifying for our 40 square meter houses. The department will conduct awareness to ensure that beneficiaries of military veterans' houses take full responsibility for the maintenance of their houses. We are strengthening interventions in the social and affordable housing market, particularly the missing middle, who are either newly formed families or those families or females or males seeking to build a home for themselves. The intervention instruments we seek to use here is the First Home Finance, as well as the CRU, or the Community Residential Units Program. In the coming weeks, we will meet with about 90 First Home Finance beneficiaries as part of profiling these programs and issue them with the certificates of subsidy awards. This will take place at the OR Tambo building when the date to be set. In pursuit of the program to undermine apartheid spatial patterns and place our people close to centers of commerce to reduce both the burden of transport costs and the time spent traveling between work and home, to this end, we are pursuing few inner city residential settlement interventions. One of those interventions will see the development of the NBS building in Mangawu with a target which target newly formed families through the First Home Finance Program. This project is expected to contribute towards the Mangaung Inner City Revitalization Program. In 26-27 financial year, the department will strengthen partnership with the accredited social housing institutions to accelerate the delivery of well-located and affordable rental housing. This will be done in partnership with the Social Housing Regulatory Authority, shortly known as SRA. Our focus is to provide decent housing for the young families. We'll also form part of the Back Park extension, where a total of 100 sites is set aside for standalone housing development. These are earmarked for young families through the First Home Finance Program. This category is the productive cohort and future of the province, and we must accelerate interventions to provide decent housing for them. The First Home Finance, as I've spoken, which was formerly known as FLISP, has enabled the department to make significant inroads in upscaling provisions of houses, particularly for the young families that is not really covered in the BNG space or the private finance. In 2026-27 financial year, we've set aside 12 million rand to deal with this particular aspect. A few weeks ago, the province had the pleasure of showcasing progress made to the Dark and Silver City hostels in Buchabela, Mangawu, where the President of the Republic graced our project. The first phase of the construction work has resulted in the completion of 130 units, both the bottom side with 100 units as well as the top side with 30 units, giving us a total of 130 units that are ready for occupation. As we speak, we've got already 40 tenants that are approved. We will be continuing with the work to complete this project in the coming years. G Hostel, we have managed to complete 270 units that we've already indicated that they are ready for occupation. We just need to resolve the issue of the bulk services together with the Machabe municipality. In terms of the enhanced people's housing process, the department has set aside 20 units to be implemented through the EPHP methodology. The department will work with the traditional leaders to identify beneficiaries from the traditional leadership communities. In approach, we would like to see beneficiaries taking part to build their own houses in the traditional rural areas of Tabanchu, Kwakwa, and Frede areas. The EPHP will also see the uptake of some of the technologies that are displayed here outside. Honorable Speaker, the province is often more confronted with a number of emergencies that requires immediate response to alleviate the plight of our people. This is similar to what has happened in Twala Street yesterday, where we've already sent our interventions team to make sure that we help those families. The emergency interventions were moved to national, with the province mainly playing a coordinating role for the required interventions. We have, however, experienced several frustrations and failure to respond adequately and in time. We have therefore set aside 20 million for the provincial response that must allow us a prompt response ability when emergencies do arise. The budget of 20 million is ring-fenced and will use contractors from our panels for a quick response to emergencies, and this will strictly use our local contractors. We seek to provide immediate relief by providing temporary structures so that people have got a shelter over their roof as we rebuild or repair their houses. We will repair and renovate the houses using various methods that we've already explained about. Where necessary, we'll relocate distressed families so that you can quickly rebuild or renovate their houses. In terms of the expanded public works program, we have set aside 2.5 million to realize not only work opportunities, but to improve the livelihood of mainly young people in getting employed. An analysis of the number of BNG houses we handed over painted a disheartening picture of skills base of our people, especially in the plumbing and the plastering trade. The department has since taken a decision that 2 BNG housing contractors in Mangaung and Ihlabeng will be utilized to train 10 young people on site on these skills, including the manufacturing of aluminium window frames, which will soon be the new feature and the face of our BNG houses. We are moving away from the steel frames, moving towards the aluminium frames in terms of our windows. The 2.5 million will be directed towards the basic stipends of these young people, including related cost of training. The department is undertaking deliberate institutional reform process to restore efficiency, accountability, and ethical governance. Key pillar of this reform is the devolution of decision-making powers to district directors, reversing the previous over-centralization that resulted in delays, bottlenecks, and weakened responsiveness to the community needs. However, the department recognizes that devolution without control invites governance failures. Therefore, the delegation of authority will be accompanied by strict compliance with oversight and consequence management framework. District directors are no longer passive administrators. They are now custodians of service delivery, governance, and accountability within their jurisdictions. We inherited, Speaker, a department that was beset with financial misconduct, abuse of state resources, supply chain irregularities, fraud and corruption projects in implementation. These are not mere administrative lapses, they constitute violations of the law, and the department will strengthen ethics training and awareness, mandatory declaration of financial interest, lifestyle audits where necessary. We have also, Speaker, secured laptops to the tune of 5 million to improve the ICT capability of the department and enable our response in terms of service delivery to our people. In terms of the organizational structure, Chair, Speaker, we are reviewing this to really align the department and ensure that we consolidate its delivery capacity. To this end, we will be filling all the vacant and funded positions during this current financial year. This will include the appointment of 37 interns across various units within the department for a period of 2 years to allow them to acquire the necessary workplace experience that will prepare them for the job market. Speaker, in conclusion, in the execution of our work, we are inspired by the work of Oliver Tambo, Grisani, and many other heroes that taught us that service to our people is a revolutionary act, that we must be effortless and be driven by love of one's people, that our struggle is not over, and the work to build a new and better society continues. Enemies of our struggle are also hard at work to reverse our gains of freedom. They've unleashed the Sandinista movement on us, where through propaganda and lies, they hope to divide our people, demoralize them, make them lose faith in their leaders. Everything will be projected as wrong and failure. Everything will be projected as wrong and failure, or they will deny the progress that is clearing for all to see. Through persistent misinformation, they hope to eventually defeat the struggle for freedom. Like I said, no retreat, no surrender. The best defense is to tirelessly work for our people, to change their lives and defend democracy. Through Beke, we will deliver services that prove that this government delivers. Speaker, tangible deliveries demonstrated by ongoing work on some of the old as well as the new projects that we're unleashing in the following areas as the department. 1, 2 weeks ago, we were in Clarence to introduce a new contractor to install water and sewer network to 336 sites. We are going to Warden for water and sewer services for 1,009 sites in Ezenzelen Extension 7 and 8. We will follow with Frede Temba Little Extension 8 in terms of water and sewer for 1,334 sites, and will introduce a contractor in May this year. In Memel, we are finishing 73 incomplete houses, and as we speak, the contractor is on site. In Harrismith in Tabazwe, in Slatliwe, on the water and sewer project for 879 sites, the contractor is appointed to replace the old one, and site establishment is underway, and we will be in Tabazwe in May to speak to our people as well. In Moidra in Sasolburg, the work is continuing, and it should be completed in September 2026. Together with the municipality, we must attend to the issue of bulk services. In Windberg, water and sewer project for 581 sites, the contractor is back on site and is expected to complete the work by September 2026. In Henneman in Pomulu, in Machabeng, water and sewer project for 1,642 sites, the contractor is also back on site and is expected to complete this work by February 2027. The work to turn around the department, like I said, Speaker, is gaining momentum. For this, we must also thank the highly energetic and dedicated team that is led by the HOD, Advocate Patho, and the senior management of the department. Our work ahead of us is still very difficult and the road is long. We are at 40% in terms of the departmental turnaround, and more work needs to be done. 2026 will see us accelerating that particular work and making sure that we shape the department to be what our people are asking of. Everyone in the department must earn their right to work for the department through responsive service to our people. My office staff, as led by Ndadelebu, as the head of office, I thank you together with the rest of the team for the excellent work that we are doing. Thank you very much, Premier, for the guidance and support. Your leadership style makes it easier for us to serve our people. That's why we are on the ground every week delivering new projects. EXCO members, thank you very much. This is a team effort. Thank you very much to the ANC, my movement, the People's Movement. Let's make service delivery fashionable. Finally, let me thank my family, my beloved partner, and the kids for understanding the sleepless nights and the time spent away on duty. I am because you are. The people of Free State still believe, and together with them, will change their lives. Thank you very much. Amanda.
We proceed to the debate on the Honourable MEC's presentation of the budget vote of the Department of Human Settlement. I shall now call upon the Honourable MEC, Mayor Khalele, to commence the debate for 15 minutes.
Honourable Speaker, if you allow me, can I proceed? Honourable Speaker, the Honourable Premier of the Free State, members of the legislature, members of the executive mayors, speakers and councillors, marena a rona a teng kajeno morena e moholo Mopedi, the chairperson of the House of Traditional and Khoisan Leaders, Morena Neo Mopedi, Deputy Chair of the House of Traditional and Khoisan Leaders, Kgosi Kgabohilelu Moroka, marena ohle a teng kajeno ke le hlomphile ke re dikgomo le manamane a tsona. Hlomphe setjhaba se teng mona kajeno se kgethileng African National Congress hore ebe puso ya Freestata. Bomme le bontate, dumelang. Honorable Speaker, at the dawn of democracy, the apartheid housing legacy was clear. Racial segregation through the Group Areas Act, forced removals, and massive housing backlog for black South Africans. Millions lived in informal settlement with no services. Housing was not a right, it was a privilege. The backlog was estimated at 1.5 million units, and it was growing by 200,000 each year. Section 26 of the Constitution changed everything. Today, everyone has the right to access adequate housing. The role of government is no longer to control where people live. People have a right to choose where they live. The presentation of 1.1 billion for 2026-27 financial year by MEC Mokoena gives hope to the people of Nyakalong, who has been affected by the flooding of the mine dam in that area. Batho ba Nyakalong, ANC e tla dula e le lwanela. Le tla ba hantle le lona. Letona Ntate Mokoena o le kenyeleditse ditekanyetsong tsa selemo sena sa ditjhelete. A re bodulo my son. Le tla tloha ka hara metsi ao a entsweng ke boraditjhelete ba tshela metsi ka moo ebe matlo a lona a senyeha. Ntate Mokoena kajeno o le fa tshepo wa tla a tsamaya le Mama Action, Honorable Premier Makwin Letsoa Mathai. Honorable Speaker, the opening of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa reads as follows. We, the people of South Africa, recognize the injustice of the past, honor those who suffered for justice and freedom in our land, respect those who have worked to build and develop our country. The delivery of the 30 military veteran houses in Vista Park in 2025-26, it is indeed the recognition of those who suffered for justice in our land and have worked to build and develop our country. The ANC has delivered. It is only the ANC because setjhaba se sa tsebe mo se tswang teng, se keke sa tseba mo se yang teng. Ke ka hona masole ao a ntwa ya rona a re lwanetseng Ntate Mokoena a ba fileng matlo ebile ba tla be ba felle kaofela ba fumana. On behalf of the African National Congress, we support the human settlement budget of 1.1 billion presented by MEC Mokoena. This budget represents progress, not perfection. It is a budget that is not abstract, but deeply human. It builds homes, restores dignity, creates jobs, and drives transformation in our province. This is not a technical budget. It is a political instrument of change. It speaks directly to the young family in Botshabelo still waiting for a home, to the mother in Kwakwa living under difficult conditions, and to the worker in Nyakalong Allen Ridge who dreams of dignity through home ownership. As we will be celebrating Freedom Day on the 27th of April, we are reminded that freedom is not only the right to vote, it is a right to live in dignity. Freedom is incomplete if families still live in informal settlement without services. Freedom is incomplete if spatial apartheid still defines where our people live. This budget vote is therefore part of deepening real freedom. Freedom that is lived in homes, communities, and daily conditions. This budget is tabled under difficult fiscal conditions, yet we remain resolute guided by the ANC policies such as the Freedom Charter. The RDP and Breaking New Ground, we affirm a simple truth. Housing is not a privilege, it is a right and a foundation for transformation. Breaking New Ground in particular remains central to our approach. It calls for integrated human settlement that dismantle apartheid, spatial geography, and ensure that people live closer to opportunities, services, and economic participation. We welcome the allocation of 30 million of demolishing of the 2-bedroomed houses in Ipopeng in Forest Smith, Dark City, Bronville, and in Dishabeng. Honorable Speaker, motsamaisi wa mosebetsi, ntlo ya thurumo e tlosa seriti. Batho ha ba kgone le ho itsheba. There is no privacy in a 2-roomed house. Batho ba baholo ba tla phutholoha jwale ha ba ntshuwa ka hara di-2-room. The report of Stats South Africa reported that the population of the Free State is decreasing. I have no doubt that the 2 rooms has contributed because batho ha ba kgone ho itsheba. Honorable Speaker, one of the residents said, because of staying in a 2-bedroom house, a child who was sleeping on the floor said to the other one who's sleeping with the parents, "Itshwarelle ba se ba qadile." Now it means that is not going to happen anymore. Re a leboha MEC Mokoena ka hore o etse bonnete ba hore seriti se kgutle ho batho ba rona ba 2-room house tsele tse ahuweng ke mmuso o fetileng ba di ahela batho ba batsho. ANC ya di fedisa ka jeno ha o sana motho a tla itshwarella hobane ba se ba qadile. Honorable Speaker, the transformation of human settlement in the Free State is the result of the deliberate ANC policy choices since 1994. The democratic government has delivered hundreds of thousands of housing opportunities across the province for the communities that were once excluded. They now have access to basic services, secure tenure, and improved living conditions. The implementation of Breaking New Ground has shifted us away from isolated housing delivery towards integrated human settlement, where housing, transport, education, and economic activities are connected. This is visible in the developments across Mangaung, Bethlehem, Sasolburg, and Mukaga, where we are actively reversing the apartheid spatial planning. We are also intensifying the upgrading of informal settlement, ensuring that communities already living in urban areas are not ignored, but are provided with services, dignity, and structure where they live. Dignity. Title deed registration remains a key transformation tool. A house without a title deed is not an asset. A title deed turns beneficiaries to home owners who can use property to improve their lives. The ANC continues to accelerate the issuing of title deeds, especially to women, elderly beneficiaries, and families historically excluded from property ownership. Ownership is not only about shelter. It is about dignity, security, and economic empowerment. The ANC has made progress on implementing first home finance, social housing, and community residential units to support young people and working families who fall within the missing middle. These programs are expanding access to affordable, well-located housing and supporting inclusive growth. At the same time, housing delivery is being linked to job creation through the expanded public works program, ensuring that every project contributes to skills development, youth employment, and local economic participation. As former President Thabo Mbeki reminded us, I quote, "The dignity of our people must be restored. That dignity begins with housing and living conditions that reflect freedom in practice," unquote. Honorable Speaker, we are not blind to our challenges. Where we have underperformed, we have taken corrective action, strengthening contractor capacity, improving project management, and enforcing accountability. Transformation requires discipline, not denial. We are also building a capable, ethical, and developmental state that can deliver effectively. As Thomas Sankara once said, I quote, "You cannot carry out fundamental change without the courage to turn your back on old formulas." We are doing exactly that, breaking with inefficiency, building a delivery-oriented state. The budget vote is about transformation. It is about changing people's lives in a real and measurable way. It is about building homes, restoring dignity, and creating opportunities across the Free State province. We therefore rise in full support of this budget because it is not just about housing. It is about transforming lives, advancing ANC policies, and building a Free State where people don't go through but come live in the province. Ke a leboha.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Mkabela.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Nesikifitisa madume aka. Honorable Speaker, the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs in the Free State Province has faced criticism with oversight bodies, including that of NCOP led by Honorable Zweli Mkhize, describing the municipalities under its jurisdiction as the worst performing in South Africa. Key failures of the Free State COGTA department include failure to enforce consequence management and accountability. There seems to be a huge culture of impunity within our municipalities. Kore mona Speaker, sebe se etswa ka lerato. Le ha ba etsa diphoso, ba ntse ba ja tjhelete tsa mmuso, ha hona letho le etsahalang. COGTA has failed to act against officials responsible for financial mismanagement, fostering a culture where non-compliance goes unpunished. In some municipalities, cases are open with SAPs, but no one is making follow-ups thereof. Jwale, ka se ke hlalositse, there's a massive delay on investigations, and fraudulent activities and irregular spending are going on continuously. Despite implementing Section 139 of the Constitution in several municipalities, for example, in Mafube, Masilonyana, Maluti Apofung, those interventions have often failed to produce sustainable improvements. Honorable Speaker, with 7 billion in misappropriation of funds, municipalities continue to rack up billions in irregular, wasteful and unauthorized spending, with limited, if any, recovered. With regard to unfunded budgets, many municipalities continue to pass unfunded budgets, relying on unrealistic revenue collection projections. Re bona putlamo e tshabehang Speaker ha o tluwa ho phano ya ditshebeletso. Mohlala, hona le tlhokeho e ngata ya metsi metseng ya rona. Mme le batho ba se ba ya ba tlwaetse hore ba phele ka hare ho matlo a bona a nyeunyang ka hare ho mantle. Mme Honorable Speaker, o tla dumellana le nna ke re ho wena mantle ana le acid. Mme mantle ana a phalla le mebileng ya rona mme a je ditsela tsa rona. In Kofifontein le Tsemeng kopanong le Matjhabeng, leading to sewer crisis and water shortages. Ke mathata fela. Nka etsa mohlala, hona le ntate ya dulang Thabong a bitswang Ntate Chaka Mahlonoko. Ntlo ya hae e phalla ka hare ho mantle. Lefapha le ka thusa mono la phallela moo le tla be se etsa phoso. Mme re tla be re bona hore re ka bona hore re thusa baahi ba rona jwang ba Freistata. Honorable Speaker, batho ba Freistata ha ba batle tse ngata. Ba ikopela fela hore ho fediswe ditima tsena tse ngata tsena le hore metsi a bona a phalle hantle ho tswa dipompong tsa bona mme a ntse a hlwekile. Mme le baahi ba mane Botshabelo Freistata ba ipotsa ba kgathetse le hore na budget system e tla fediswa neneng hore serithi sa bona jwale ka batho bohle ba ileng hore ke baahi ba South Africa a tshwana le a mang le mang. Honorable Speaker, ba ka re bitsa bahanyapetsi ba re bitsa baloi empa.
Honorable Member, your time is up.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's call Honorable Klute. Honorable Klute. The guidance is received is that his disappearance makes him to forfeit, and there's no reallocation to anybody. As a result, we'll call Honorable Khaurekwe on stage to proceed with the debates. Thank you.
Honorable Speaker, the Premier of the Free State, members of the Executive Council, members of the Provincial Free State Legislature, Marena Aruna, baahi ba bohlokong le setjhaba ka kakaretso sa Free State, ke le hlomphile. Honorable Speaker, the Chair of Chairs, we gathered here not to condemn, but to strengthen, not to dismiss, but to ensure that effort translates into lasting change. Honorable Chair of Chairs, ANC support the Human Settlement Department budget vote, and we want to place on record our recognition of the department attempt to improve governance. Honorable Mkhabela, ke budget ya human settlement ya Kokta iatla. Over the past years, we have observed the following: the strengthening of the House Development Agency to better acquire and release land for human settlement, the introduction of more rigorous beneficiary management system to reduce fraud and queue jumping, a growing willingness to self-report irregular expenditure and take correction action rather than hiding the problem. These are signs of an administration that is trying to do things right. We commend the leadership for fostering a culture where officials are increasingly open to internal audit and consequence management. This is not yet perfect, but it is progress, and progress deserves acknowledgement. Raleboa, MEC. Honorable Chair of Chairs, in upgraded informal settlement, we all know that informal settlement is our major challenge. But we are impressed that the department took their focus on upgrading this informal settlement to improve the condition of our people while they are busy identifying alternative sites. Motsamaisi wa dipuisano, ena e tswang ke lefapha yona re ka nna ra ibitsa ka hore ke botho. Re a tseba bohle re le mona hore hangata batho ba ba dulang di plekeng tse bitswang informal settlement ke ba ipehi. Ho bohloko ho bona ba phela maemong ao haholo jwang ka nako ena ya dipula. Ebile ke ba ipehi, ho na le mokgatlo ka hara rona ka monana o kgothalatsang hore batho ba ipehe ditulong tseo tse re tsebang hore ha di na tsona di-services. Ho sotla fela ka batho ba rona. ANC e etsa ka hohle hore ha e nka batho e ba beha dintsheng. E etsa ka hohle hore ditshebeletso di teng moo. Empa honorable MEC o entse ka hohle hore a accommodate batho bane ka baka la botho boo a nang le bona. Ke a leboha. Honorable Chair of Chairs, the title deed restoration program has given legal security to families who lived for decades in unstable situation, allowing them to access credit, invest in their homes, and pass something on their children. Motsamaisi wa dipuisano, re a dumela hore ena yona ka nnete ya di-title deed ke tlhobaboroko setjhabeng sa rona. Bana ba dikgutsana ba ntshuwa ka matlung a batswadi ba bona ka baka la hore ba sena mangolo a bopaki ba hore matlo ao ke a bona. Empaneng ka leano lena le MEC a seng a tlile ka lona, tsohle di tla apara tshiamo. Bomme le bontate ba tla fumana di-title deed tsa bona hore le bona ba be le seriti, ba tsamaye ka boikemisetso hore ka nnete matlo ke a bona. La ba se ba siile bana lefatsheng, bana ba bona ba be le ditokomane tseo tse bontshang hore matlo ao ke a batswadi ba bona. Re a dumela, ebile neng re a leboha MEC. Honorable Chair of Chairs, we recommend the department by giving the municipalities the function to identify housing beneficiaries, because they are the one who knows their communities better. And this will reduce the challenges of different people owing our houses. But this must be monitored thoroughly, as MEC promised. Ena MEC, re a dumela hore di masepala ke tsona tse tsebang setjhaba tsohle se dulang moo diplekeng tseo ba dulang ho tsona. Ye ya di-beneficiary re a utlwisisa hore le a enka function ena le efa masepala. Empa re re a ko le lekoleng hantle hobaneng metseng ya rona nako nngwe o fumana hore ho na le batho ba hlayang ba kopanela ntlo e le nngwe. Mabitso a bona a hlaya ka tsela eo. Ha o ntshuwa ditsha kapa o ntshuwa matlo, re kopana le di-challenges tseo fumanang hore ntlo e le nngwe e kopanetswe ke batho ba babedi. Empa ne leano le o tlileng ka lona MEC, re nana hore tsohle tseo di tla ba tsa maobane, ha di na hlola di etsahala. MEC, ho na le motse mane ka Garipi mane masepaleng wa Letsembeng. Ke elelletswe hore o hlwaile motse ona wa Phambili, baahi ba moo ba dutse mono nako e telele ba sena ditshebeletso. e se so ba o ko rata ga bona MEC o hlalositse mona hore baahi ba hore ba iphumane ba dutse moo ba sena ditshebeletso mabaka ke a feng empa neng ka jeko lena MEC re le ANC re ya leboha ha o ile wa nkela baahi ba o hlong hore baahi bana le bona hore le ba isa plekeng e feng plekeng e nang le ditshebeletso moo ba tla dula teng ka seriti jwalo ka motho e mong le e mong hobane ba ne ba se ba nkuwe jwalo ka baahi ba sentse ba lahluwe fela baahi ba phambili MEC ke eno o le bone a leboha. Honorable Chair of Chairs, no department and poverty overnight. However, this department has shown that it is willing to try, to learn and to improve. Keep fixing and keep accounting. In addition, know that when you act with integrity and purpose, will be your partner in oversight, MEC, not your judgment. Together we can turn every house project into a real home, every upgraded shack into a dignified address, every title deed into a legacy. Ke a leboha motsamaisi wa dipuisano.
Thank you, Honorable Member. As we proceed, can we call Honorable Foucault on stage?
Ase wa motho. Modula stulo wa badula stulo. Unkutlwile modula stulo wa badula stulo. Ke a o dumedisa modula stulo wa badula stulo. Ha se wena mhlomphei mtsamaisi wa mosebetsi wena o modula stulo wa badula stulo. E re ke lokise hape mona se ke dumedisitse o seng ho holo ka re barena le bohle ba etapele ba ka kwano setjhaba sa kwano mo re leng teng ke a le dumedisa hape ke batla ho lokisa tse ding tsa dintlha tse leng di ka sehlohong kgoromenteng ena ya lona e sebeletsang yona e sa sebeletse lona le setjhaba ke a hore ha re eme mo re emeng teng ne ke batle ho bua speaker a le teng taba eno a itsebe ho tloa ka shekulena go debate ke eng re bua ka tsohle tse re batlang ho bua ka tsona setjhabeng hoba a re fumane monyetla o kopana le lona kopano ena ha se ya African National Congress fela ke kopano ya setjhaba sena se leng hore sena le di-political parties tse fapaneng ke tsholo jwalo seng ka re bua le setjhaba ha re buile a political party ya ANC e kgotlopetsang batho hona jwale ha re shebeng ha re bua ka taba tsa matlo e re ke keneng sepheo sa ka sheko se re le mona ka sona ha re kena tabeng tsa matlo.
Honorable member, please take a seat. Premier. Kopano ya lekgotla e bitswa ho ya ka melao le melawana e tsamaisang lekgotla. Setjhaba se memelwang kwano e ba di guest tsa lekgotla ene ho ya ka melao eo setjhaba se a dumellwa hore se nke karolo haholoholo nakong eo ho buisanwang ka teng e le mekgatlo ya dipolotiki ba etsa seo lebitsong la lona le nka karolo ka ho memwa ka ho mamela ka ho utlwa hore na ke sefeng se bueang monana lebitsong la lona pele re tla kopa hore bohle ba memmweng ba bapale karolo ya bona ho ya ka melao le melawana e tsamaisang lekgotla jwale ka ha le dutse lena ka jeno lena ke a leboha mopremiere o no phamisitse letsoho.
Ke a leboha Honorable Chair of Chairs. Ne ke kopa fela ho tseba hore setho sena sa ketsa molao se emeng ka pela rona tsatsing lena se re ho setjhaba sena ha se tsebe se kgethetsweng se tla kgona fela ho bua le batho mohlang ho etswang budget. Kante batho ba neng ba mo kgetha ba mo fa mandate wa hore o tshwantse a ye setjhabeng a bue le setjhaba na. So wa amohela na ke potso ya ka.
Honorable member.
Modula stulo ba dula stulo e re ka potlako ke fete mo ke re re tla e araba ka ntle ha se re qetile kwa e re ke fete modula stulo hoba ke na le tokelo hore ke tla e araba ka ntle hoba ke ntho e dulang e bua ka ra le khotla lena le ketsa molao ke na le tokelo jwale e re ke kadime mantswe a president ya mehleng Nelson Mandela ha ne a re pela setjhaba a re ha re tloeleng ho haela batho matlo a lekanang le diboxo tsa mollo tsa matches empa ra dula ntse re tswela pele ntse re ba haela matlo ao a diboxo tsa mollo le hona jwale ntse re ba haela matlo ao a diboxo tsa mollo ele kgoromente ena ya African National Congress ke batla o intsha ditabeng hoba nna ke mkhondo wesizwe party jwale ke a intsha ditabeng ke re mokgatlo ona wa African National Congress ke ona ntso haela batho matlo ao e re ke khutle mantsweng a Nelson Mandela ke wa khutlisetse monga ona o ba nka ka dula le ona ke tla ba matjaleng a maholo ke fetele tabeng ya di military veterans re tlile mona ka debate re a bua military veterans ke party ya teng ya military veterans ke bua ka dintho tse ke di tsebang tse etsahalang ka mane e seng ditaba tsena tse ntse di bua mona ho tliswa list e letona a buang ka yona list ya teng ha e tla kwano e fitla mona Freistata e fitla e tshintshwa ho kenywa batho ba bang be leng hore they are not beneficiaries tsa di military veterans ene ka hara military veterans re na le defense e leng hore e shebane le batho ba servang in the army be leng hore tse le masole re na le military veterans ka hare ho that particular department but now they are opted hore ba sebetse le batho ba bang be leng hore ha se bona be leng ho tshwantse ba fumana dintho tsa ditokelo tsa bona ditokelo tsa batho di a hatello ka ntle hona jwale le na le bana be leng ene di military veterans ha le so ka le fumana matlo ao o ntso bua ka ona le hona jwale ke tokelo ya lona ho fumana dintho tseo as the beneficiaries jwale ha iyo taba eo ha e etsahale ka mehla jwale ke tsona tsa dintho tse re reng di ka di shebue hantlentle mona Freistata rona ho sebetswa jwang ka administration ena ya bosupa hoba e tlotloetsa ka hore yona ha e sa le ntse le administration e leng hore 2 years ena e ntshetsa dintho pele ka mantswe a mang ha hona handing over e entsweng ka kwano ka Freistata ha ba kopana ke a leboha.
Honorable member, your time is up. Let's call on stage Honorable Sifuba.
Thank you, Honorable Chair of Chairs. Let me also follow suit, Honorable Chair of Chairs, and respect and acknowledge Murena Emuhulu, Murena Muremuhulu Mupedi, Kiananele Buteng, Chairperson of the House of Traditional and Khoisan Leaders, Murena Neo Mupedi. Ki acknowledge hape Buteng ba Deputy Chairperson of the House of Traditional and Khoisan Leaders, Khosi Khabuile Lumuroka. Ki dumedise hape ki ananele Buteng ba Morena Napo Mupedi, hape le Morena Paulos Muloi. Ki dumedise hape le Morena Ritsidisizwe Mupedi, le Morena Pule Sikonyela. Ki dumedise Morena Litsie Molefe. Limurena Lifa Mupedi, Honorable Premier, members of the Executive Council, members of the Free State Legislature, distinguished guests, Sichaba, sa Bethlehem le Freistata ka bophara. Honorable Speaker, it is with great honor to rise in support of the Human Settlement Budget vote for 2026-2027 financial year. We do so as proud members of the African National Congress, the movement of the people, knowing that every rand in this budget carries within it the hopes and aspirations of thousands of families across our province who are waiting for decent shelter, security of tenure, and dignity that comes with a place to call home. We do not support this budget out of political obligation. We support it because it represents a genuine, determined, and measurable commitment to service delivery, to governance, renewal, and to the restoration of human dignity that apartheid so cruelly denied our people for so many generations. We will forever emphasize that it took 3 centuries, a century is 100 years, for all these injustices to be meted to our people. And it's been over 30 years, and a decade is 10 years. It's over 3 decades that we are still unbundling everything that was done during that time. Honorable Speaker, let us be honest with the House about the numbers. The budget of 1.189 billion represents a 7.1% decrease from the previous financial year. The Human Settlements Development Grant has been reduced from 889 million to 700. Honorable Chair of Chairs, can you help me? I'm being disturbed. The Informal Settlements Upgrading Partnership Grant has contracted by 30.5% from 162 million to 112 million. We do not hide these facts. We state them openly. These reductions are a consequence of national fiscal pressures reflected in the division of revenue affecting provinces across South Africa. The outer years of the medium-term expenditure framework do show marginal increases, and the department must be positioned to capitalize on those increases when they arrive. But the critical question this House must ask is not how much the budget has shrunk. The critical question is what is being done with the available budget. The answer from this department is clear. It is building, it is planning, it is restructuring, it is delivering with greater focus and greater efficiency than in years past. That is the story this budget tells. Honorable Chair of Chairs, it has become fashionable in certain corners to see only failure in our government. We reject the narrative firmly, not because we deny that there are challenges, but facts also matter, people matter, and the record on the 2025-2026 financial year speaks for itself with power and clarity. Let us place on record what this department has delivered. More than 1,816 service sites were delivered in greenfield developments, giving families the infrastructure foundation upon which decent lives can be built. 2,873 service sites were delivered through informal settlement upgrading interventions. That figure is nearly 3 times the original target of 1,062. 180 asbestos roofs were replaced in Redesberg, Senegal, Viljoenskroon, and Welkom, protecting vulnerable families from unknown serious health hazard that had been ignored for far too long. Once again, we did not build asbestos houses as this government. In Honey Park, 261 houses now having running water and connected sewer lines. Once a pump station refurbishment is finalized, up to 800 households will have access to flushing toilets and clean running water. In Nala, 429 sites have full water and sewer infrastructure in place. The department is now exploring simultaneous construction of houses alongside the pump station. These are but amongst the work that has been done by this department. Honourable Speaker, the most important message in this budget is not found in its numbers. It is found in its character and its direction. This department has made an unambiguous declaration of war against the culture of laziness, indifference, and corruption that undermined delivery for many years. This House should take note of the following governance reforms that are now in place. The first one, decision-making that has been devolved to district directors, reversing the damaging over-centralization of the past that caused delays and weakened community responsiveness. Mandatory ethics training, declaration of financial interests, and lifestyle audits are now in place, sending an unmistakable message that public office is a privilege granted by the people and not an opportunity for personal enrichment. Non-performance of contractors is being attended to by terminating those who are not delivering. Site allocation committees are being reintroduced with joint management by the Department of Municipalities. This will ensure transparent, consistent and dispute-free allocation of beneficiaries, eliminating the confusion that has delayed handovers. Honourable Speaker, as I conclude, this budget does not have everything we need. No budget ever will in a country still working to overcome the consequences of centuries of dispossession and inequality. This budget has what it is required to make a meaningful and lasting difference, provided we are disciplined in its implementation, honest in our accountability, and relentless in our focus on the people we serve. The department is no longer a free-fall. It is building, it is reforming, it is confronting wrongdoing and rewarding dedication. The beggar service delivery ethos is not a slogan to be displayed on wall without action. It is a standard of conduct that the legislature must hold the department to. And we are confident as the Executive Council that we can testify that the legislature, when they get the reports, will find testimonies of the work that has been done by the program. To the people of the Free State who are still waiting for their houses, for their title deed, for their service site, your patience is not taken for granted. Your dignity matters to this government. Your rights are not forgotten. The African National Congress is acting on your behalf with urgency, with purpose, without apology. We vote in support of this budget. We commit to exercise rigorous and constructive oversight. And yes, we do agree, where there are challenges, the challenges are there to be overcome. And Honourable Chair of Chairs, thank you very much. I did not bring Mukonto wa plastic on the podium. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Chabalala, stage is yours. What is the point of order, Honourable Foko?
Ke a leboha modulasetulo wa badulasetulo. Ebe ke tsela ya ho bua parlamenteng ka hore motho ke wa plastic.
Sit down.
Yes.
Sit down, the chair will rule. There is no point of order there. Honourable Chabalala, let's proceed.
Honorable Chair of Chairs, Member of the Provincial Legislature, Marena Arona Atenza Tsilaka Jeno, Relation Pile Bemba Mubu, Sechaba Sadi Shabeng, Kalemukhatoa EFF Reholona Madume. The human settlement budget and how it is used is the line between dignity and humiliation, between security and vulnerability, between exclusion and meaningful participation in the economy. When a government fails to provide housing, it is not just failing administratively, it is failing morally and politically. This department always cites issues such as housing delivery is under pressure, projects are delayed, and contractors are underperforming. This is a pattern. Year after year, projects are announced, contractors are appointed, deadlines missed, and communities are left awaiting. And our people continue to live in unfinished promises. What 16 mane motseng wa Maluti a Phofung ka hare le hae la Qwaqwa, nkgono o teng ke nkgono Mannini Mofokeng. Always ka di-elections, koloi e ema gating e tlo mo lata hore a lo vouta. O na le plus 90 years plus a phela empa ha e tsebe ntlo. Empa ka dikgetho o a tsejwa sehloho se sekalo o dutse mehaung. Ba go tsejwa ke nna. Mane metsi maholo Ward 8, Ward 9 ka hara Zambela ke mehau fela. E sa le matlo a ahwa ha so fele le kajeno for more than 10 years. Le di foundation tse ding ha di sa bonahala le hore ho no tlo ahwa ntlo moo. Honorable Chair of Chairs, ka nnete e kaka ho kaka ha tshentshwa leano. Marena a ke a fuwe menyetla dibakeng tse tshwanang le Qwaqwa le Intabazo moo ho nang le marena teng. A ke a fuwe menyetla ba fuwe matlo. Ba tsebe hore ba thuse setjhaba hobane ba tseba batho ba lokelang hore ba thole matlo. Jwalo ka ona maqheku, bana ba dikgutsana. Hobane ka nnete matlo ha fuwe makhanselara ke bonjole ke tla o haela ntlo. Speaker, the reality is informal settlements are growing. Basic services are inadequate and upgrading is slow and inconsistent. You cannot claim success in housing when more people are entering informal settlements than leaving them. The department, in their annual performance reports, often hides behind numbers. Number of houses built and number of projects approved. Empa, hui pello bo rakontraka ba senang tsebo. Matlo a ahwa le pele 5 years ntlo e hauwe e petsuile ntlo ke mahlomola. But numbers never tell the full story. We must ask, are the houses complete? Are they of quality? Do people actually live in them? Are they connected to economic opportunities? Hobane batho ba bangata ba ile ba ngodisa matlo empa ha o wa sheba boholo ba batho ba dulang ha se beng ba matlo. Hua dikgethong hona jwale setjhaba sa rona se tlo dula se jwetswa ka di-title deeds. Di-title deeds tsena hara nako di a bentse di le kae, di patuwe kae. Empa re se re amohetse MEC Mokoena re a tseba hore di-title deeds ke campaign tool. Re a leboha haholo ha le tla dula le ntse le thetsa setjhaba sa rona mara re leboha hobane le sona se hlalefile matsatsing ana. Honorable Chair of Chairs, human settlement is not just about building houses. It is about spatial justice, integrated development, bringing people closer to economy, bringing people closer to economic opportunities. But what do we see, Chair of Chairs?
Honorable member, please take a seat. Honorable Hlalele.
Modulasetulo wa baduladitulo ne ke kopa botsa gona ho a dumeletseha ntlong ya molao hore motho a o etsise a bue seo se buileng na?
Honorable Member, the point of order is not contradicting any rule. Please proceed.
Houses built far from jobs. Matwa a ho hole le dibaka tseo batho ba yang ho tsona ha ba ya mesebetsing. Far from transport, far from economic centers. Honorable Chair of Chairs, this House is told that housing delivery will be accelerated. The same failing system remain in place. So how exactly will things change? You cannot fix a broken system by allocating more money. You fix it by changing the system itself, and that starts with accountability. The approach that is required is one that is focused on a massive acceleration of informal settlement upgrading, with the basic services as an immediate priority. Strict quality control mechanism and no payment for incomplete or substandard work, and spatially integrated housing development. Build where people can access jobs and services. Honorable Chair of Chairs, our people are not asking for luxury. They are asking for a place to raise their children with dignity. And this department continues to fail them. This budget does not resolve the housing crisis. It manages it, and it delays progress. It hides it behind reports and percentages. For these reasons, Honorable Chair of Chairs, Mokgatlo wa EFF will reject the vote 13.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Let's call on stage Honorable McKay.
Good afternoon, Chair of Chairs. It's pronounced Mackay. Good afternoon, Honourable Chair of Chairs, fellow MPLs, traditional leaders and distinguished guests. Good day, goeiedag, dumelang. I start by stating, even in times of active conflict, the protection of basic human dignity remains non-negotiable. The ongoing Russian-Ukraine war has shown the world that despite immense destruction, access to essential services like water and sanitation remain a priority of humanitarian response efforts. Chair of Chairs, you may ask why I raise this. In the midst of war, the global community recognises the importance of preserving dignity through access to basic services. How is it in our own province we continue to fall short? With deep concern, I must report that an unjustifiable number of fellow Free State residents still lack access to proper sanitation, water connections or basic facilities. Many have been handed houses, but without the essential infrastructure required to live in dignity. In Bolakanong, Letsimeng, residents have been waiting for 2 decades, that's 20 years, for water and sanitation connections for their bathrooms and toilets. That is for those who were fortunate enough to have built-in facilities. The majority still suffer the indignity of outdoor latrines. The same can be said for Shwarachanang, Tokologo, and the newly dispensed houses in Namahadi, Pomolong, Mafubi local municipality, and Caleb Mushabi in Mangahong. Chair of Chairs, this is only the beginning of the housing woes. As the MEC just confirmed, in Machabeng local municipality, the Nyakalong Allen Ridge Housing Relocation Project, initiated by the provincial government, has been abruptly halted. 14 million rand invention was intended to relocate 80 riverside families to safe homes by March 2026. To date, only 5 units are complete. Compounding matters, an ANC Machabeng ward councillor was arrested for allegedly assaulting and harassing the subcontractor. Further allegations of harassment led to the interdict against the councillor. Raja and Dichlabeng, oversight visits to 3 towns revealed poor quality construction, with foundations failing to meet basic standards, windows improperly installed, and fittings such as door handles already broken in complete units. In the Matsi Metai section, construction is proceeding slowly. Communities have expressed deep concern about whether their homes will be completed. During the oversight visit, the contractor had vacated the site. Although a new contractor has been reportedly appointed to complete the unfinished houses. At Fateng Netshu in Paul Ruru, the sewer system installations remain incomplete. Additional projects across Bolokalong include Extension 2, Ditcheng, Barken Park and Vogelfontein Extension 7 show mixed progress. While some foundations and slabs have been completed, other sites have stalled, with paving neglected and weeds overgrowing roads, leaving residents frustrated and inconvenienced. I am, however, glad to hear that they will be completed in this financial year, as just reported by the MEC, but time will tell. For more than 2 decades, the Tambili Extension 4 RDP house project in Freda has been crippled by contract incompetence and cadre-driven project management failures, causing immense emotional distress to its intended beneficiaries. Despite years of promises, the department's inability to address slow progress, non-payment of subcontractors, and inadequate management has left family in a state of uncertainty and despair. The repeated termination of replacement of contractors, coupled with poor communication and a lack of decisive action, have eroded trust and hope amongst residents. Beneficiaries who should have been celebrating their new homes are instead burdened by anxiety and frustration, feeling neglected and abandoned. The department's own admission that the current management structure is inadequate and the need to introduce a second contractor underscores the severity of the failures. Chair of Chairs, as I have illustrated by the timelines and geographical spread of these issues, they are systemic rather than exceptional. These issues could all be resolved through regular oversight and monitoring by competent engineers, project managers and accounting officers. Chair of Chairs, regrettably, this is not the only concern. A new payment tactic is taking hold, one that receives little public attention. Across Free State departments and municipalities, a troubling pattern is emerging. It is not about innovation, transformation, or efficiency. It is a subtler form of intimidation, not loud or confrontational, but exercised quietly by officials behind a desk who control the flow of funds. This is the rise of weaponized payments. Let's be candid. A capable subcontractor completes work on time and to specification. Under pressure, an invoice is then submitted, and then there is silence. Follow-ups are sent repeatedly. Eventually, a response arrives, often vague or procedural. The payment run was missed. It will be processed next cycle. Or my favorite, we are financially constrained. Meanwhile, 30 days become 60, then 90, 120 and beyond. Yet how can there be financial strain when the work was budgeted for and properly delivered? This is not a matter of policy, systems or administrative processes. It is not how departments or municipalities are meant to function. It is individuals, cadres, deliberately using the control of payment to assert power. The reality is straightforward. If it were their salaries or bonuses, delays would not occur. So why does this happen? Because consequence management is non-existent in the department. It mirrors a schoolyard bully, not the one who uses force, but the one who withholds what you need, knowing you depend on it. But this is not about lunch money. It's about wages, rent, supplier payments, and the entire business exposed to real financial risks. And then there is the humiliation and emotional stress caused by unspoken expectations placed on the recipients of this abuse. Remain courteous, remain patient. Do not press too hard for fear of damaging relationships. As a result, subcontractors absorb the strain, bridge the financial gaps, and carry the burden, while those in control shield behind procedures and plausible deniability. Mr. Speaker, we must not misrepresent this as a cash flow management. When payments are delayed selectively, communication is deliberately withheld, and silence is used as a tool. It stops being a process and becomes a pattern of behaviour. Such behaviour is unethical, unacceptable, and entirely preventable. A recent case in point involves the department of an implementing agent and a subcontractor in Pomolong Extension 5 and 6 in Ward 3 of Machabeng Local Municipality. The project, funded by the Free State Department of Human Settlements and overseen by the implementing agent, commenced in July 2024. By February 2025, the initial contractor had terminated his contract due to non-payment, bringing work to a standstill and leaving the area exposed with finished infrastructure, deteriorating roads, and severe flooding impacting residents. Following several months of delay, a replacement contractor was appointed in September 2025 and has since advanced the project to approximately 65% completion. However, on the 3rd of March 2026, operations were once again suspended due to non-payment. Across the project, amounting to 60 million rand, with about 38 million that was outstanding to Pomolong. Chair of Chairs, the situation is compounded by serious financial management. The department still recorded 118.5 million in new regular expenditure, although down from 194.3 million in the 2023-24 year, but this is largely still due to failures to comply with supply chain management requirements. Total regular expenditure under investigation now exceeds 6,488 billion, up from 5.938 billion, with the full extent being assessed. In addition, 312,000 was incurred on fruitless and wasted expenditure, mainly due to penalties arising from late supplier payments. Case in point, Mr. Chair of Chairs, the Human Settlement Development Grant decreased by 12.6% and not the 6.3% as indicated. This may lead to further bad planning and overfunding of the housing initiative. Furthermore, the department faces significant uncertainty regarding its ability to meet its obligation and continue operating. This stems from higher accruals, 79.5 million, outstanding payables, 269.5 million, a bank overdraft, 3.5 million, and contingent liabilities of 634.4 million related to legal claims. These challenges reflect weak oversight of financial and performance reporting, resulting in a material non-compliance in procurement, contract management and expenditure, and once again, the current financial year's budget will be used to address historical issues, perpetuating a cycle of failure to address the province's housing crisis. The contradiction is clear. The same governing party that speaks about ESG principles and support for SMMEs allows this conduct to persist. It is not possible to claim support for small businesses and subcontractors while simultaneously depriving them of the cash flow they need to survive. Chair of Chairs, this brings me to the most distressing aspect of the Department of Human Settlements. MEC, through you, Speaker, the issue is not with the intention, it is with the implementation. The extreme backlogs in title deed transfers, the failures to prioritise the Glano Forum saga, and the Kwakwat 4,250 PTOs. Chair of Chairs, I was fortunate to meet a young mother, 30, of 2 last week. Her eldest 5 stood beside her as she suckled her newborn. What struck me was her dismay at the promise of a home, a place of safety, a piece of land to call her own, which she can leave to her descendants. Security and a home. Will her dreams of a home finally be realised? Chair of Chairs, this is something we all strive for, a legacy, something tangible to leave behind, to show we were here. Unfortunately, I cannot say with certainty this is attainable, as the department has historically failed dismally to allocate title deeds to qualifying beneficiaries. The backlog in the Free State amounts to thousands of unallocated title deeds due to unverified beneficiaries and contested claims. And the longer it takes, the more complicated it becomes. This is a systemic ANC failure, and as Minister Mantashe has verified, there is no capacity within the ANC ranks to address this issue. I therefore fear that many of the original beneficiaries will have passed on and their dreams will never be realised. In fact, in some cases, this is the 3rd generation still grappling to receive homes promised to their grandparents. These title deeds, PTOs, and Glano Forum deeds must be prioritised. In addition, these issues are exacerbated by the rapid expansion of urban centres and the additional pressure on municipalities, which in turn lead to illegal land invasions. Greater attention must be given to the serious impact that bad actors have on the provincial economy and the rights of their fellow citizens. Without stronger regulations of unlawful occupations, our municipalities and organs of state risk serious resource constraints. More worrying are the consequences for the law-abiding citizens who patiently wait for housing allocations but are bypassed in favour of unlawful occupiers. We cannot allow bad faith actors to disrupt the economic well-being of our towns and to put their fellow citizens at risk by being under-resourced and exposed to greater socio-economic vulnerabilities than they already face. This is why the DA welcomes the draft Prevention of Illegal Eviction from Unlawful Occupation of Land Amendment Bill, Gazette number 54526. This bill will alleviate the negative impact of these unlawful occupations on the provisions of public services, which have pushed our municipalities and organs of state to a crisis point. Unlawful occupation causes several dysfunctions in urban environments, including obstruction of sewage infrastructure, illegal and unsafe connections to the electrical grids, violations of planning legislation, serious health and safety hazards for occupiers and residents alike, environmental harms, and a shortage of adequate resource basic social amenities such as clinics and schools. In short, they are in direct contrast to Spluma. Most importantly, it puts the very people illegally occupying the land at risk and undermines their dignity. Chair of Chairs, there have been recorded incidents of unlawful occupation organised by opportunistic criminals and political operators, all at the expense of law-abiding citizens, such as in Lurie Park in March 2024. Beyond this deprivation of constitutional entrenched property rights, unlawful occupation, particularly those in bad faith.
Please take a seat. Re tlo kopa the guest o le khotla le dutseng ka jeno le nana hore a hlomphe melao le melawana e tsamaisang dikopano tsa lekgotla la ketso ya molao. Re kopa khutso. Thanks, Honourable Member. Please proceed.
Such as in Lurie Park in March 2024. Beyond the deprivation of constitutionally entrenched property rights, unlawful occupation, particularly those in bad faith, lead to queuing jumping for affordable housing, further dispossessing the most vulnerable people in our province. Other occupations, particularly those on public land, delay the completion of crucial public infrastructure projects to the detriment of residents. To put the costs of unlawful occupation in perspective, during the 2021-23 financial year, the Western Cape Department of Infrastructure spent more than 160 million, and the City of Cape Town spent more than 140 million to prevent land invasions. Despite these interventions, the City of Cape Town still lost approximately 3,080 hectares of land, worth about 2.5 billion in property value to unlawful occupation. Some 250,000 illegal structures were addressed in the City of Cape Town alone between 2020 and 2025. Similar losses occur in our municipalities in the Free State and are particularly harmful to our metro structures. In Mangaung Metro, Botshabelo, Grasslands and Lurie Park, and in Tokologo and Setsoto municipalities, the same scenario is playing out. The quantity may differ, but the overall result is the same: devastation. These are not merely policy failures, they are human tragedies. Every delayed payment, every broken promise, every abandoned project leaves a child without a safer home, causes a parent to lose hope, and harms the community. We must act with urgency, compassion, and integrity. Oversight, ethical conduct, and strong regulations are not merely bureaucratic necessities, they are moral imperatives. We owe it to our people of the Free State to restore dignity, ensure fair access, and protect the vulnerable from further harm. The challenges we faced are deep-rooted and systemic, but they are not insurmountable. By prioritizing oversight, transparency, and ethical behavior, we can begin to heal the wounds, rebuild trust, and give every resident the dignity and security they deserve. Let us remember the faces behind the statistics, the families waiting for hope, and commit to real change so that one day every Free State resident can live with dignity even in the darkest of times. Let us not forget that every policy, every budget, and every project affects real people. It is our duty to ensure that the promise of a home, the right to dignity, and the hope for a better future are not merely words, but realities for all. Let us work together as communities to build a Free State where every resident can with pride and certainty say they have a place to call home. The DA will not support this budget due to its failure to address the housing needs of the province in its current form. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Chabumba Lula.
Thank you very much, Chair of Chairs, Honorable Deputy Speaker in absentia nolita, Honorable Premier, members of the Executive Council, Murena Emuhulu, Muremuhulu Mupedi, Chairperson of the House of Traditional and Cohesion Leaders, Murena Neo Mupedi, Deputy Chairperson of the House of Traditional Leaders and Cohesion Leaders, Khosi Khawulelwe Moroka. Former Premier Mema Ntombela, baiti ba bohlokwa bohle ba teng kwano. Ke dumedise le baahi ba Bethlehem mo bohlokong, le baahi bohle ba Freistata hohle mo ba shebelletseng teng. As we rise in this month of April, a month heavy with memory, sacrifice, and unfinished work of freedom, we bow our heads in gratitude to the giants upon whose shoulders this democracy stands. We remember Oliver Tambo, a strategist of our liberation movement, Solomon Kalushi Mahlangu, a fearless young lion who declared that his blood would nourish the tree of freedom. Chris Hani, whose life was cut short, but whose vision still guides us even to this day. And Ahmed Katrada, a steadfast servant of justice and unity. We also honor countless others who paid the ultimate price so that we may stand here today, not as subjects, but as citizens of the Free State and democratic South Africa. And so today, as we present this budget vote speech as done by MEC Mukwege, we do so not as an administrative exercise, but as a continuation of the struggle towards full liberation. Honorable Chair of Chairs, one must make mention of the atrocities that came with apartheid. And the bitter truth is that decent housing has always been reserved for those who are of white descent, and black people were subjected to one bedroom matchboxes houses, while their dogs and cats enjoyed better living standards. For many years of apartheid rule under the National Party, which is now disguised as the Democratic Alliance, created a system of spatial injustice which actively relegated black South Africans to the edges of South Africa, in townships and homelands, former homelands like Kwakwa, far away from the economic centers, services, and opportunities. While an estimated 3 million houses units were completed nationally in that period, most were small, substandard, While an estimated 3 million housing units were completed nationally in that period, most were small, substandard matchbox houses without adequate services, and our people had no rights to them. And this formula generated a vast and chronic backlog of housing and spatial inequalities in the nation that are still visible today. By comparison, in the last 30 years of democracy, the government has provided more than 4.3 million housing opportunities to millions of households, providing basic services and township through title deeds. While the country has a backlog of around 2.1 million housing units, as a result of rapid urbanization and population growth, the Free State Department of Human Settlement has been able to complete approximately 2,000 housing units in previous financial year.
Honorable Jackelson, what's the point you are raising?
Thank you, Honorable Chair of Chairs. I'm going to ask the Honorable MEC a question, whether he knows if Nozuka Mbalula has been charged and gone to jail for involvement in a housing scheme where money was paid for RDP houses, not even matchboxes, which were never built. Thank you.
ye nngwe ya dintho tse ba sa batleng ho di utlwa ka Western Cape ena ba dulang ba re jwetsa ka yona, ba hloleha ho araba potso ya hore ba aile matlo a makae Mitchells Plain, Khayelitsha, Philippi, Delft, Nyanga, Gugulethu, Langa, Pontenhevel, Honey Park and Manenberg. Ba hloleha hore jwetsa hore ba entseng moo, or they are still swimming in potholes of their own making. Ha re qala dipuisano tsena re le ra hlakisa ntlha eo hore nkgono wa bona Zile tsela tse a tolang ka hara tsona Gauteng di entswe ke bona lemong tse robedi tse fetileng ha ne ba nka boikarabelo ba Joburg Metro. Like Methuselah in the Bible, well known for his longevity, but not deeds that shaped his time. Our friends in red in the Free State legislature often appear present but not impactful. Longevity without meaningful contribution cannot be mistaken for leadership. In our time of calls for housing, service delivery and economic inclusion, the question is not how long you hold a seat, but it is what you do with it. A long for the day the EFF understands that legislature is not a place for passive participation, but it is a platform for decisive action, and our people deserve representatives who actively drive change rather than chaos. Honorable Chair of Chairs, I endorse this budget on behalf of the African National Congress, not just because Honorable Mokoena is delivering decent housing to our people every day, beke le beke, but I support this budget vote for its measurable housing outcomes, how it is addressing current housing needs and dealing with existing historical backlogs. The department has pledged to create 2,112 housing units this year of 2026-2027 financial year, including the completion of 1,300 previously unfinished houses, which does not only create new homes but also dignifies the displaced families who have waited for far too long. The significant priority given to title deeds and full home ownership is one that restores dignity to our people and corrects the injustices of history, where the vast majority did not always get the property rights. This budget also distinguishes itself through a willingness to challenge the accountability of governance failures, such as corruption and inefficiencies, while also introducing more rigorous oversight and institutional reform to deliver on promises. Finally, it provides an alternative to human settlements by moving investment to where housing is near to economic centers, in direct response to spatial planning under apartheid, and increased access to opportunity. For these very reasons, it is a housing budget for transformation by providing dignity and sustainability. Chair of Chairs, I am in full support on behalf of the African National Congress of this budget tabled by the MEC today. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. We will now call MEC Mokoena to reply to the debate.
Motsamaiso wa dipuisano a re lebohe ya pele re tlo ikopa gore mokgatlo ona wa act o hlomphe setjhaba re bua ka human settlement a re bue ka cocta re itse mona re kala a ba patle le ho utlwa next year right etsala ba busy ba bina pina ya mathata le di-problems le tse siko. Now, re kopa le hlomphe bathonyana ba le ba ifiwa ba le kgethileng le tle le tlo ba emela ka tsela e right. Don't manufacture problems mo di leng siko teng. Don't deny progress e le teng ka pla ha o le moetapele la o ka thwe o ka letsohong la tsa bohanyetsi. You can't deny that we are building houses. You can't deny. You can't come here and for rebuild the matchbox houses. That's what we said under apartheid. You don't know, maybe you never lived in it. We lived in that apartheid houses. Government builds houses for our people for free. And then it does not say they are not allowed to expand. And wabona ole meetapele will know ntlo ya RDP e coverwa ke NHBRC for 5 years. Ha ena le mathata ya lokisiwa. Jwale ska tla ka sephephetjhana wa zama problems mo dileng siko teng. At first you said we are not working. Now we are delivering. We read a list of projects that we are not doing. That MK, we spoke about Henneman, the project. We told you that our contractor is there, is working. Because all what they want is negativity. I've never heard DA defender when we are being attacked for changing officials that are not working. Every day, whenever we touch and remove people, there's a headline written. That's why we spoke about it. You are silent about it. You say to the people of Free State, we must work together. To achieve what? Tell them that in Mangaung, you don't want the people to live near Lorry Park because you say, how about the and where do we place our people? You want them which is 20, 30 kilometers away from town. We're saying we're changing that. So when you say we must work together, on what? They spend hours on end transporting. Changing apartheid spatial patterns means that are right back in the CBD. And if you are saying we agree on that, withdraw your opposition in court against Dolori Park development. You speak about extension 6 and 7 in Park and Park. We have fired the contractor. I thought you will stand here and say, yes, department, we can see that you are acting. We have fired the contractor because he was not doing his job. And we have appointed 3 contractors that are going to finish that job. We said to those people in December, in March we'll have completed 90 houses. And those 90 houses, in the budget speech, if you read it, it is there. Well, I'm going to build her a house. Not only that, we are going to build for young people as well. Because it's a Free State. We chulo mo me matap. Hore re na le bothata ba dipalo-palo ka hare ho Freistata. That's why re buang ka Fleece, re buang ka CRU, re buang ka NPS. But le di khabisitse di tseba ra utlwa next. Now, batho ba Freistata, nna ke thabile hore mekga ena ya bahanyetsi e tlile ya tlo bua ntho tsena le ba mametse. Ha ona ntho e right re tlo etsa be batla mo ba ethabela ba tlo dula ba bua tse sa le tsebeng hobane ke itseng they want to demoralize you. They want you to turn against the project of democracy. There's nothing they will ever concede that it is good being done by the black government. I can tell you standing here. The other 3 parties, Republic of South Africa, the MK party. You know, I don't want to talk about Zuma and his party. All what they want to do, but I'm confused. He was the president of the NC before Mutibeka. We know the damage done by Zuma and his party. We know the damage done by Makashule and his ACT party. And the municipalities that they destroyed. We're cleaning after them. But the most important thing is the ANC. Azanga rapata or unale matata and rawadukis. Judge us on the work we do. So, you must understand one thing. They at some point believe that they will take us out of power. The only way for them to do so is when they confuse you to turn against your own movement. And when you turn against your own movement, they are going to come running the country. You will see what they do to the very same RTP houses. You will see what they do to the very same grants. You will see what they do to the language today. You will see them changing. And they will also use some of our own to divide the African people.
Honorable member, please take a seat. I have not granted you.
Thank you.
I have not granted you, honorable member. I've asked the MEC to take a seat so that I clarify you. The MEC is responding to the debate. You can't ask him a question. I thought the precedence was set. Honorable member, MEC, please proceed.
The truth ya loma motsamaiso wa dipuisano asbestos sona le ba bang ba mathankgotho mole ba sa ilukisi today ra ilukisa so ke a utlwisisa e boimanyana nnete. Now in phambili go na le batho mo le ba dutseng le motse 17 years ke batho ba batsho go na le maburu mo le who are opposing it. Not because not anything is genuine. It's because you cannot have black people badula plama plastic up and toropo. Simply because they are black. And they will use many legitimate reasons. That's why we say in our speech, the struggle for freedom is not over. They must never mislead. There will be problems, but we are correcting them. Here, what is being challenged, it is not the problems of government because the responsible opposition will criticize but at the same time raise alternatives. When they raise alternatives, they point you to Western Cape. Let me tell you what we have in the Western Cape. We've got Khayelitsha. We've got Philip. There's one of my comrades who was shot dead in Philip. It's a crime scene. It is women crossing the streets by Balofumana the toilet or by Tuse because they cannot bill for black people. We have to bill for black people because they are our own. We want them to change so that if they say we must work together, they must be true to the problems that have been created over the years. They must not come and mislead you. They must talk the talk, and they must act, not do what they do. Man, Johannesburg, Free State is not Johannesburg. We will defend this province, and we will defend it by saving our people. We are going to meet with our people. Extension 6 and 7. And we put them under terms. It is us who rejected Matlo Botaville 2 weeks ago. And we said we are not taking substandard work for our people, we want quality. They will not tell you all of those stories. So there's nothing to report because Memata summarized them well. And my statement is only one. They will say things have not changed, even when they are sitting inside the hall that did not exist before democracy. We've got houses, we're building them. We're building them. They have never gone to a police station to open a case against the person Agilen Cheleteako Honey Park in Velcom. Last year, in the third quarter of the year. Today, as we speak, but they will not say all of those things. They are opposing us in Sasolburg because we are building 5,500 sites there. They know that our people will live there. So the people of the Free State, you have got to wake up. I'm not going to clarify their issues with any response. At the center of what is happening, it is the attack against the freedom of our people. I'm happy Marena Rona will recognize that today. They were never recognizing you. They never knew that Marena. They were part of the system in the point about Marena. This organization returned the respect and recognition to Marena Rona. And today, at least Lebanzaba pretend, one of the lessons is one katata kamulumungabon. Kurna Marena, Elimbaita Pilibaruna, Basito Karu, province of Free State, and whether they like it or not, they bow. How do we say Marena? Or Kibakadi Ho, Mukapor Maranaka, Homute, Kifrista Tamuna. Thank you very much.
The reply by the MEC concludes the business of the House today. Before the House adjourns, I wish to make the following announcement. Number one, that honorable members and guests should remain standing as a sergeant in arms. The chair of chairs and the acting secretary leave the house. Number two, the guests should remain at their allocated seats while honorable members leave the house. Number three, that all guests are invited for lunch and ushers will direct everyone on where to go for lunch. The House shall adjourn until Tuesday, 28th of April 2026 at 10 o'clock at Bush Multipurpose Hall in Putadichar. And the business of the House shall be the consideration of the following budget votes. Number one, vote 10, community safety, roads and transport. And number two, vote 4, the Free State Provincial Treasury. The House is adjourned. Thank you very much.